Yes,
Do we have Atkins Court reporting
we
with
do.
us?
Yes. Candy
Okay.
Thomas is here. Or
All
Thomas.
right. We're still waiting for one more board member. We only have
Yes.
4.
Yep. So we've got you, Patrick, Deborah. Well, ideally, here's John's logged on.
Okay, John's on. And
Yeah,
Terry's on.
Douglas is running late. Patrick is brand new, so we were gonna, if possible, we were going to let him just observe this meeting.
So we're missing Douglas and Emma.
Yes, Douglas said he's running late. Emma said she'd be here.
Okay. You want me to go ahead and start the speech? And we have everybody from city staff. It looks like everybody from city staff is here.
Okay. Yes, let's give it 1 second. Chad just stepped out. And I'm just making sure that the live stream's up and running.
All right.
Hey, Rick, I think we're good to go ahead and start.
Okay. Good morning. I'd like to welcome everybody to the July 28th, 2020 meeting of the Charlotte Zoning Board of Adjustment. Our meeting is now in session. I am Rick Sanderson, chairperson. Also sitting on today's board is Terry Brown, vice chair, Deborah Dryden. Douglas Wilson will be joining us in a few minutes. John Floyd and Patrick Welch. And we may also be joined by Emma Allen. She may be joining us in a few minutes as well. Also present from the city staff are Shad Spencer, the zoning administrator, Lisa McCarter, planning project manager, Teree Hagler-Gray, senior assistant city attorney, Andrea Leslie Fite, senior assistant city attorney, Max Oliver, clerk to the board, and we're also joined by Atkins Court Reporting, the verbatim reporters. I would like to start by acknowledging that we are conducting this meeting using a remote electronic platform today. This is the 3rd remote meeting of the Charlotte Zoning Board of Adjustments, and I would like to ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. The Zoning Board of Adjustments is a quasi-judicial body that is governed by the North Carolina Journal Statutes and the Charlotte Zoning Ordinance. We conduct evidentiary hearings on request for variance and appeals, among other requests. Before we begin to hear the cases on today's agenda, I would like to provide some important information on the steps that were taken to ensure that each party's due process rights are protected as we proceed in this remote platform. First, today's meeting will be conducted in accordance with newly enacted state statutes passed by the North Carolina General Assembly in Session Law 2020-3 that allow for remote meetings and quasi-judicial hearings during declarations of emergency. Second, each applicant was notified before being placed on today's agenda that this meeting would be conducted using a remote electronic platform. Every applicant on today's agenda has provided signed consent to the board prior to conducting the evidentiary hearing on their request using this remote platform. Third, notice of this meeting was provided to the applicants and the public in a number of ways. Notice of today's hearing was mailed to property owners within 300 feet of each subject property and notified the property owners of the remote electronic platform, and the letters also stated to contact the city immediately if there were any objections to the cases being heard on today's agenda. Notice was also provided by placing signs on each property and by publishing notice on the city's website. The notices for today's meeting contain information about means by which the public can access today's proceedings. Finally, any individual wishing to participate in today's evidentiary hearings were required to sign up prior to today's proceedings. This information was also included on the board's website. We will be hearing one type of case today. Application for a variance from the regulations in the zoning ordinance. The order of the recommendation agenda will be as follows. The zoning administrator or zoning staff member will identify the case and recommend approval of the variance with any recommended conditions based on specific reasons. The chairperson will ask if anyone wants to speak in opposition. If there is such a person, then the case will be moved to the regular agenda and will be heard at a later date. The chairperson will ask if the board has questions for staff or if there is any reason the board wishes to move the case to the regular agenda. The chairperson calls for a motion and a second to approve the variance. The chairperson will hold a roll call vote. The order of the agenda will be as follows. All parties who plan to give testimony, pro or con, must be sworn in. The zoning staff member will explain why a permit was denied or why a variance is requested. The board may question the staff member, and then the applicant may question the staff member. The applicant presents their testimony for their case. The board may question the applicant, and the staff member may question the applicant. The applicant may present sworn witnesses. They will be subject to questioning. Other parties wishing to speak, pro or con, will be given reasonable time to present sworn testimony. The staff and then the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal. The chairperson calls for a motion and a second to approve the variance. The chairperson will hold a roll call vote. After hearing each case, the board will review each case and render a decision. This is usually done in closed deliberations after hearing each regular agenda case. However, the board may elect to take up to 30 days to render a decision. You may remain present during the deliberations or may call the zoning staff after the session to receive the decision of the board. All exhibits must remain with the board. To be provided to the clerk no later than 12 p.m. on Monday, July 27th, in order to be considered at this hearing. If your case is not appealed to Superior Court for 30 days, you may pick them up or they will be destroyed. If you feel there is a conflict of interest of any member of the board or an association that would prejudice your case, please let it be known at the start of your case. The board is acting in a quasi-judicial capacity for purposes of this hearing and can only accept sworn testimony. While the board will not specifically exclude hearsay evidence, it is only given limited weight. The North Carolina State Bar has issued an advisory opinion that it is the unauthorized practice of law for an individual who is not an active member of the bar to appear for another or otherwise assist or represent another at quasi-judicial hearings on zoning and land use matters. All applicants should have been provided with a copy of that advisory opinion at the time you filed your application. If you are a property owner or a non-lawyer here on behalf of a property owner and have not received a copy of that opinion, please use the WebEx platform function to virtually raise your hand and the clerk will provide it to you. If, as a result of this advisory opinion, the applicant would like to request a continuance of their case, the board will consider such request at the start of that case. Appeal from this board is to the Mecklenburg County Superior Court. You have 30 days from the date of the board's written decision in which to appeal, in accordance with North Carolina General Statute 160A-388E. In order to receive a written copy of the decision, any aggrieved party must file a written request for a copy of the board's decision by filling out the form, which must be filed with the board's clerk or chairperson at the time of the hearing. Please remember to mute your microphone when you do not intend to speak. We will hear 7 cases today, 3 recommendation agenda items and 4 regular agenda items. The first case is number 2020-060 for 5918 and 5922 Hickory Grove Road, presented by Lisa McCarter. Clerk to the board will read the names of anyone who opposes the case. So will all those who plan to give testimony today affirm the following? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter at hand?
I do.
Lisa?
Affirm.
I can't hear her. Does she say yes?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, think we're ready to start.
Okay, the first case is a residential lot width. The applicant is requesting a 5.5 variance from the required 70-foot lot width, two proposed lots to allow the subdivision of a property that can be three non-conforming. I'll give you a minute to look over your findings.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Okay. Exhibit 1 is a vicinity map of the subject property. Exhibit 2 is a zoning map of the property. The property is zoned R3 single family and has adjacent R3 single family and then some business across the street. Exhibit 3 is an aerial map of the subject property. And Exhibit 4 is a close-up of the property, and you can see the 3 existing homes on the property. Exhibit 5 is the background. The lot has 3 homes. 2 were built in 1946 and 1 was built in 1947. And all the homes predate any City of Charlotte zoning regulations. You can see there's a street view on the right side of the screen. Currently, there's a zoning regulation that no more than one principal building is permitted for a single-family residential lot. So these structures are non-conforming structures. The applicant would now like to subdivide the property so that each home is on its own lot, but it doesn't have today's current R3 minimum lot width of 70 feet that would be required to subdivide 2 of the lots. And the applicant is requesting a 5.5 foot variance from the 70-foot lot width for 2 lots. So the variance request is for the lot width. It will not result in approval of subdivision of the property, but will allow the property to then be subdivided through the subdivision process. Staff supports the proposed request. It would allow the lot to come into compliance with today's zoning regulation that no more than one principal building is permitted in a single-family residential zoning district. Also, the lots and the homes on the lot has been in existence for over 70 years, so it's not going to alter the character of the neighborhood. And here is another picture of the 3 homes on the property. And that's all. If you have any questions.
Is there any opposition to this?
No.
I have not received any opposition to this case.
I just have one question, Lisa. How does this affect this shared driveway between those 2 houses, or does it?
It would not affect the shared driveway. They could still keep the shared driveway, and I believe the proposed property line will cut it down.
I'm sorry, the proposed property line would what?
I think it would cut through the middle of the property.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Well, then I vote to approve this application for the request for the 5'5" variance.
All right. Is there anybody on the board think that we need to move it to regular agenda? I don't think so, but I just need to ask.
No.
Okay. So we have a motion to approve from Ms. Dryden. Is there a second?
Second.
Was that Terry?
Yes, it was.
All right. We'll do a roll call vote. Ms. Dryden,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Floyd,
Yes.
Mr. Welch,
Yes.
Sanderson, yes. So it's approved. Let's look at the findings of fact and conclusions of law. I didn't see anything, but
Motion to approve the findings of fact and conclusion of law as written.
I'll second that.
so we have a motion by Mr. Brown, a second by Mrs. Dryden. Mrs. Dryden,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Welch,
Yes.
Mr. Floyd,
Yes.
Sanderson, yes. Those are approved. Our next case is 2020-061 for property located at 617 East 37th Street.
Next case is a residential street side yard variance request. The applicant is requesting a 9-foot variance from the required 10-foot street side yard for completion of a home addition. And I'll give you a minute to look over your findings. I'm sorry.
All right, go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, Exhibit 1 is a vicinity map of the property. Exhibit 2 is a zoning map of the property. The property is zoned R5 single family, and it's in an area that's surrounded by other R5 single family properties. Exhibit 3 is an aerial map of the property. The property is located along 37th Street. You can see 37th Street, and that's where the home is oriented towards the front of the property. And then Alexander Street on the side of the property. The portion of Alexander Street on the right side of the property is an unopened portion. This is a close-up of the subject property for exhibit number 4. And the background of the property is that the home was built in 1926. Later on, the lot and the surrounding subdivision was platted in 1953. Alexander Street to the right of the property was never opened. It was never paved. So right now it's just unopened right-of-way of 30 feet of width. That does meet our definition for street. So this would be considered a corner lot. Exhibit number 6 is more of the background of the property. The original home can be seen on the 2006 aerial of the property. In about late 2006, there was an addition to the rear of the property. So you can see how the home changed from 2006 to today. And the applicants purchased the home right after the addition in 2007, and they got a survey when they purchased the property, and that's the one to the left. And this survey didn't call out that there was any problem with encroachments into the street side. Now the applicants wish to sell their property, and the survey called out that there's only 1.7 feet between the new portion of home and the property line. In the R5, the street side yard required is 10 feet. So back in 2006, before the addition, anything for the 1926 home would have been existing non-conforming and be grandfathered in and not have to meet today's requirements. But once the new addition was built, that encroachment is what's non-conforming and needs the variance today. Staff supports the request. As I was saying before, the 3.5 was the established street side yard from 1926 that was non-conforming. And now we have 1.7 foot established street side yard that's non-compliant. So the applicant is requesting a variance of 9 feet from the 10-foot street side yard so that the encroachment can come into compliance with today's regulations and they can sell the home. Exhibit 8 is more considerations. The property right across to the south on the unopened Alexander Street was granted a variance in 2017. That variance eliminated the 10-foot street side yard along the unopened North Alexander Street to expand the non-conforming structure on that lot. It was granted with the condition that there be no expansion into the existing right-of-way and new construction must remain within the lot boundaries. And the reason they put that condition on there is you can see in the survey to the left that there was some existing structures that were non-conforming built prior to the zoning ordinance regulations that did encroach into that right-of-way area. That current applicant for the subject property does not have the option to abandon the right-of-way so that they could get half of this land for use of their property, because the property immediately to the rear of it uses this unopened portion of right-of-way as their lot frontage to meet that frontage requirement. Another consideration is that although permits after a certain time are deleted off the system, so we don't have record of the permit for the addition, staff believes that previous permitting staff may have thought that the unopened Alexander Street right-of-way was an alley, in which case it would have been subject to a provision that allows the measurement of the street side from the center line of the alleyway. And in that way, it would have been in compliance. And they maybe overlooked the fact that it was unopened street right-of-way. Here's the unopened street between the two homes. You can see that the encroachment is not easily detectable from the street. And this is a photo of the front of the property in Exhibit 11. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Lisa, you said that they couldn't request, I guess, abandonment of that section of Alexander because the house behind them uses that or claims that as their frontage?
Yes, yeah, they measure their lot frontage from that.
I would have, it looks like they would have used, it looks like they used the other side as their driveway. Is that correct?
So they do have this access here, easement, but their lot is actually facing the unopened Alexander Street. So this is their front setback, and this would be this side.
I think that house has come, I think that property has come before the board as well. Or one similar to it. I remember the other one across the street, across the right away from it. How this came because they were trying to sell it?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Are there any questions from the board for staff? Is there any reason the board wishes to move this to the regular agenda?
No.
Is there any opposition, Max or Lisa, from anybody?
I had one person contact me about the case. They stated they were neither for nor against it, just looking for information, and I do not see them in attendance today.
Okay.
I will ask, the court reporter has asked that you state your name when you're doing your motions or giving comments so that she can put you on the record.
Okay. So we need to make sure we state our names when we make a motion and second for the court reporter.
Yeah. Thank you.
Is there a motion? Or is there a need to discuss this any further?
This is Terry Brown. Move to approve the variance.
Deborah Dryden, I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Brown, a second by Mrs. Dryden. We'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Brown,
Brown, yes.
Mrs. Dryden,
Dryden, yes.
Mr. Floyd,
Floyd, yes.
Mr. Welch,
Welch, yes.
Sanderson, yes. So it's approved. Let's look at the findings of fact and conclusions of law.
Motion to approve the findings of fact and conclusion of law is written.
That was Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Deborah Dryden, I second.
We have a motion by Mr. Brown and a second by Mrs. Dryden to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law as written. Mr. Brown,
Brown, yes.
Mrs. Dryden,
Dryden, yes.
Mr. Welch,
Welch, yes.
Mr. Floyd,
Floyd, yes.
Sanderson, yes. So those are approved. Max, has Mr. Wilson or Miss Allen showed up yet?
Neither, I do not see either Miss Allen or Mr. Wilson in attendance. And I have not received an email or anything from them.
Okay. So, Mr. Floyd, I think you have a conflict on the case number 2020-062, property for 16415 Shallow Pond Road. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So you need to recuse yourself from that so we can move forward with 4 members. Is the property owner online, Max, to agree to that, or?
Give me 1 second. I will unmute them. One second. Liz Fluharty, can you hear me? Liz, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Rick, go ahead.
Yes, Ms. Florida, we only have 4 members that can hear this case currently because Mr. Floyd, one of our members, has a conflict. Or do you want to proceed with 4 members to hear this recommendation on agenda item? Or would you prefer to continue it to a later time, later date, or a later time today if another member joins?
I am,
Rick, sorry, wrong person. I was confused.
thank you.
Oh, all right, sorry.
Oops, it's Miss Blackburn. Sarah Blackburn, can you hear me? Rick, looks like we actually have Douglas on now.
Okay, so I guess we can proceed then with 5 members, okay?
Yes. And I did receive a chat from Miss Blackburn that she was having microphone issues.
Okay, well, if Douglas is on, then we can proceed with the 5 members. Douglas, can you hear us fine?
Yes, I'm on.
Okay. Let's go ahead and proceed. We have 5 members. Mr. Floyd will recuse himself from this case. This is case number 2020-062 for property located at 16415 Shallow Pond Road. Lisa, you can go ahead and start.
Okay. This is a residential lot access variance. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow a home to be constructed on a lot that is not abut a public street. And I'll give you a minute to look over your findings.
All right, Lisa, you can go ahead and start.
All right. Exhibit 1 is a vicinity map of the property. The property is in unincorporated Mecklenburg County. Exhibit 2 is a zoning map of the property. The property is zoned R3 single family and is in the lower Lake Wiley protected area watershed. Exhibit 3 is an aerial map of the property. And Exhibit 4 is a close-up aerial map of the property. The property was created in 1998, as you can see on Exhibit 5. It was created through deed, and it was created by previous owners that weren't the applicants for a bona fide gift, so it was exempt from the subdivision ordinance requirements. In the deed of the property, it describes an exclusive easement right-of-way that's 15 feet in width. The applicant purchased the property in 2015, and that was recorded in the deed about the easement. According to the zoning regulations, a home may be constructed on a lot that does not abut a street if it's at least 2 acres, and the subject lot is over 4 acres. if it has an access easement 15 feet in width for the exclusive use of a detached dwelling, and it's maintained in a condition passable for emergency vehicles. In May 17th, 2019, a building permit was issued for a single-family home on the property. After the permit was issued, it was discovered that the easement was actually a shared easement and was not an exclusive easement and was shared by 4 other properties. And you can see here marked with stars along the yellow easement path. So a stop work order was issued in September of 2019 to stop work on the construction of the home because it did not meet that zoning regulation. Exhibit 7 is the variance request. The applicant is asking for a variance to allow the home to be constructed on a lot that does not abut a public street and does not have an exclusive easement for the dwelling. Exhibit 8 is considerations. Staff supports the proposed request. The applicant was not involved in the original subdivision by the previous owner and was unaware that there wasn't an exclusive easement. The variance meets the intent of the ordinance because the subject property is well over the 3 per acre that's permitted in the R3 zoning district, coming at about 4.26 acres. It's in character with the area because there's other single-family homes on the easement, and public safety is ensured by the granting of the variance because there is a road maintenance agreement for the easement so that it will be kept in a passable condition. Exhibit 9 are photos of the property. On the right side, you can kind of see the gravel easement. That's about half of the easement there. And then over to the left is the property. And that's all I have if you have any questions.
So there's not, this is Sanderson, there's not, who's in control of that easement? I mean, is that based on one property owner has that easement for all of them, or how is that established? I guess this may be an Andrew question, or I mean, is that easement solely, I mean, it's got 4 other people on it, but is there one property that controls that easement and has granted the easement to the other 4 people, or how do we know that at some point that person, if they sell the property, they may not want that easement to stay in effect?
Mr. Chair, I haven't had the benefit of reviewing the easement. I'm taking the findings of fact, the proposed findings of fact at face value to say that it's a non-exclusive easement. If it's a non-exclusive easement, then it will remain as such until there's a legal challenge of some sort or a superseding document. But I haven't had the benefit of reviewing this particular easement, so I can't speak to any exceptions that may apply to the situation.
Okay. I guess it's really a non-factor for what we're supposed to do here today.
That's right.
Max, was there anybody wishes to speak for or against?
I have not received any information from any adjoining property owner or anybody else that would like to speak for or against this case.
Okay. Is there anybody on the board that thinks this should be moved to the regular agenda? Hearing none, are there any questions from the board for staff?
May I just do a follow-up? I'm confused about this easement. So as far as we know, it's a non-binding easement, and do all the property owners, as far as we know, provide money to keep the easement graveled?
I believe in the maintenance agreement, it addresses the maintenance of the easement. I'm not sure what that looks like or the money involved. Max, do you know, I think Paul Arena case, do you know if he's on?
Let me check.
He would be able to address that.
The reason I ask is that, you know, in another county, we have a property that has this kind of easement, but it's a loosely constructed homeowners association, and we pay for the road maintenance.
Okay, it looks like Paul just did a chat.
Hey, Paul.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Lisa, I just replied both questions, to Rick's question and to Deborah's question. I'll go ahead and state my record. So the answer to Ms. Dryden's question is, yes, all the property owners served by that easement contribute toward maintenance of it pursuant to that road maintenance agreement. And the answer to Rick's question is that because this is a recorded easement, it's recorded at the register of deeds. It cannot be extinguished by the owners of the properties that it crosses without the consent of the properties that it serves. So it could not be extinguished without the applicant's consent.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. That answers my question.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Arena. I'm glad you came before the board today.
I can't imagine having to run a meeting like this, but I'm sorry you have to do this.
Yes. All right. Are there any other questions for staff? If not, is there a motion?
I make a motion to approve Deborah Dryden.
I second.
That was Mr. Wilson seconding. So we have a motion by Mrs. Dryden to approve the variance and a second by Mr. Wilson. We'll take a roll call vote. Mrs. Dryden,
Yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Brown, yes.
Mr. Welch,
Welch, yes.
Sanderson, yes. It's approved unanimously. All right, let's look at the findings of fact and conclusions of law. Is there a motion?
Motion, this is Terry Brown. Motion to approve the findings of fact and conclusion of law as written.
I second Deborah Dryden.
So we have a motion by Mr. Brown, a second by Mrs. Dryden to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law as written. We'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Brown,
Brown, yes.
Mrs. Dryden, sorry, Mrs. Dryden, did you?
Dryden, yes.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry.
Mr. Welch,
Welch, yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Yes. Wilson, yes.
and Sanderson, yes. All right, so those were approved. So now we're moving into the agenda items. John, are you able to hear the remaining agenda items?
Yes.
Okay, then, Mr. Welch, if you want, you can just listen and we'll have Mr. Floyd come back on to hear these cases, and we'll have Mr. Wilson as well. So let's go to the next case, case 2020-019, the property located at 10403 Snowbell Court. We need to get the concurrence of anybody that wishes to speak on this case beforehand. Max, do we know who those are?
Yes, there are several. Give me 1 second. I'm going to send you the evidence from the applicant and from the those who'd like to speak via email.
Okay, for those who plan to give testimony on this case, I guess we'll just do it this way. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter at hand?
Let me unmute several people. Just
Yeah, if you can just get concurrence, Max, then.
doesn't. Oh, here we go. I've unmuted the applicants as well as 2 members from the HOA.
Okay.
Sorry, it's just a little clunky.
Just a second, I'm opening up the exhibit that you sent.
Yep, the email should be coming your way. And there are just a couple of people in attendance for this case. Let me make sure I have them muted. All right, Rick, everyone should be unmuted for this case.
Is there a way for them to, there's not a way for them to put a thumbs up or anything like that, is there?
I'm not sure as an attendee.
Okay. All right, for all those who wish to speak for or against, I guess, non-lawyers, is that correct, Andrea?
Yes.
For this case, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter at hand? And please state there, and when you speak, when we get to the part where you're going to speak, please state your name and your address for the benefit of the court reporter. So Max, I'll leave it to you to let them in when it's their turn to speak. Okay.
Okay, I'll do that, and after Lisa gives her presentation, then we move on. So the first to speak will be Ms. Tammy Cooper and Mr. Thomas Cooper. They're the applicants.
All right.
And we have 2 members of the HOA.
Let's have Lisa do her presentation, and then we'll start that process.
Thanks.
All right, Lisa. Can't hear you, Lisa.
This variance request is for a lot that doesn't meet the lot size requirement for a child care center and a residence. The applicant is requesting a variance of 598 square feet from the required 8,000 square foot minimum to allow a child care center and a residence. And I'll give you a minute to look at your findings.
All right, go ahead, Lisa.
Exhibit 1 is a vicinity map of the property. Exhibit 2 is a zoning map of the property. The property is zoned MX1 Innovative, which is Mixed Use Innovative Development District, and that is a conditionally zoned subdivision. Exhibit 3 is an aerial map of the property. And Exhibit 4 is a close-up aerial map of the property. The property is 7,402 square feet, and in 2016, it was issued a permit for a family child care home, which allows up to 8 children. In the MX zoning district, in order to have a family child care home, you have to meet the minimum lot area for a single-family detached dwelling, which is 4,500 square feet. The applicant now would like to have a child care center and a residence to allow 4 additional children, up to 12 children. And the minimum required lot area is 8,000 square feet for a family child care home in the MX zoning district. So the applicant is requesting a variance of 598 square feet from the minimum 8,000 square foot area requirement. And staff does not support the proposed variance request. Exhibit 7 is a consideration that the lot was part of a subdivision where the lot sizes ranged from about 4,500 square feet. So they're relatively smaller lots. So other lots in the subdivision would not be permitted a child care center or residence either, because they would not meet that square footage requirement. The applicant has stated that they did not try to purchase adjacent property, which would allow them the additional square footage needed for a child care center and a residence. They're currently permitted for a family child care home and can serve up to 8 children. And the hardship is caused by the proposed use of the property to allow 4 more children, up to 12 children, and not with particular conditions of the property itself. The applicant does state that they do meet the North Carolina Division of Child Development outdoor play space requirements, which requires 900 square feet of play space, and they've got 2,703 square feet. So here on Exhibit 9 is a photo from the intersection of the property. And that's all I have. If you have any questions.
How was this brought to the attention of city staff?
The applicant brought it to our attention when she wanted to then pursue a child care center and a residence.
Okay. Are there any questions from the board for staff?
This is John Floyd, and I might be jumping the gun here a little bit, but does staff have any position on whether or not allowing the variance would be consistent with the declarations and covenants in the neighborhood?
So from a zoning standpoint, we can't enforce HOA covenants or neighborhood covenants, but we do have a person that wishes to speak for the homeowners association.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Could you say that again?
We do have a person that wants to speak that's with the HOA for the subdivision. Zoning cannot enforce subdivision HOA regulations, but that is something that you can take into consideration.
Are there any questions for staff from the applicant?
Let me just unmute them real quick. So both me and Thomas Cooper should be unmuted now.
So are there any questions from the applicant for staff?
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, I don't have any questions. I'm just trying to provide a safe service for families, especially now during this time of a crisis. I don't have any questions. I just wanted to say I've done everything by the laws and followed regulations. We were approved before we even purchased this property to do child care, because we looked at other properties and their covenants allow, where our covenants does allow business in the neighborhood. And that's
Okay.
the only reason that we chose to build and open child care and homes. It will not be any additional other than providing a handicap accessible ramp.
All right. Thank you. So no other questions for city staff. So we'll turn it over to the applicant. Max, please let the applicant start their presentation.
Ms. Cooper, you can go ahead if you have anything to say to the zoning board.
Yes, I wanted to make it clear that we purchased this property with the intentions of running family child care after we spoke with Superior property manager or employee there, Tasha Williams, and she gave us the covenant, sat down and went over it with us, that stated you are allowed businesses within 7 Oaks so long as you don't break any of the attached statements on there. And we have not broken any of the requirements. We've fallen off guidelines. I do all my state inspections and stay within guidelines at all times. We looked at other properties and their covenants clearly stated no businesses, where our covenant stated that businesses are allowed. And that's what she stressed to us. She said, you're okay to open up childcare in your home. And that's the only reason that we built here and opened up childcare. So, I mean, we completely complied. Hello.
All right, is there anything else, Ms. Cooper?
No, our internet keeps going in and out, but that's it. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions for Mrs. Cooper on the board? All right, hearing none, are there any other parties that wish to speak pro or con for this variance?
Yes, I have 2 members of the HOA who registered to speak. Give me 1 second to unmute them.
When you speak, please state your name and address before you start your point for the court reporter, please.
We have Eric Thompson and Tony Suber.
Mr. Thompson, please state your name and address and then make your point, please.
I think he muted himself again. Mr. Thompson, you should be unmuted now.
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, so my name is Eric Thompson. I am the president of the Homeowners Association of Seven Oaks, and I live at 1708 Amiria Road. And I'll just start off with, so first and foremost, the board was unaware that this daycare was operating in our neighborhood. So we were completely unaware. I know Tammy talks about she got approval. Everything as far as approval would be in writing. It would be real easy to have a record of such. I've done a lot of legwork. So I've been on the board since March 2017. I've just been president since January, but I've been on the board since March 2017. And I have been unable, even when I circle back, trying to find information from past board members, I've been unable to find any record of any kind of approval. I just have not been able to find any trace of any kind of approval. So I'm not sure about any kind of approval, but I do know for sure that the board just became aware of this daycare operating in the neighborhood when the notice to adjacent property owners came out from the Zoning Board of Adjustment. And all 5 board members have decided that they do not want the daycare to expand. It's a unanimous vote of the board that we don't want the daycare to expand. And in the past, we have denied 2 other daycares in the neighborhood. 2 other homeowners that requested to start a daycare. We've denied those 2 other daycares. And this daycare has operated going back to when the home was built. It is operated without our knowledge or approval. And we were very surprised to find out. And also, you know, with the digging, we kind of looked into things and looked into her license. We're concerned about just the ability to social distance. So her license, it's here on the screen. Her license only allows for the children to be on the bottom floor of the residence. She has 1388 square feet. And our concern is, how do you social distance 12 children with the two homeowners in the residence, how do you social distance 14 people in 1388 square feet? And just in the interest of just kind of public health and, you know, the pandemic and all that, considering the pandemic, we have concerns about that. And we have concerns about the people that we've denied. So it would, it certainly would not be fair to the 2 homeowners that we denied a daycare to for this daycare to expand. I mean, the fact that it's been operating all this time, but the fact for it to expand. So we just have a lot of concerns about the daycare in and of itself. And the decision of the board is it's a 5-0 vote to not expand the daycare. And Tony is also here, and Tony is also a member of the board. I guess maybe to start would be if anybody had any questions.
No, this is Mr. Sanderson. The only thing before the zoning board this morning is whether we approve a variance for them to expand or to allow them to be able to grow from 8 children to 12 children. That's because they need the additional 598 square feet. So that's the only thing that this board is responsible to, within our purview this morning, to look at. So I understand your concerns from an HOA standpoint, but that's really outside the realm of what the zoning board gets into.
Right.
But we appreciate your comments that your HOA board does not wish to have the variance granted.
Right. And one other thing, I just want to respond to Tammy's comments about whether or not the business would be allowed to operate in the neighborhood. And I don't know if I have control over Exhibit C, but there's a right there in the center of your screen, there's something that says Exhibit C. I don't know if you can see that, or if you can zoom in on it, or if I'm able to zoom in on it. Maybe that's a question for Max. But it is actually, there it is, perfect. So the areas that are highlighted, so the business activity cannot be apparent or detectable by sight, sound, smell, you know, and it can involve regular visitation of clients, customers, those types of things. It is actually restricted in our CCR. So I'm not sure of this conversation that Tammy says she had about before she built her home and all that stuff, but it is actually restricted in the CCR. So it is a restricted activity. You know, the purpose of the dwelling is restricted, and it is the unanimous vote of the board that it should not be expanded. I mean, that's it's pretty cut and dry as far as the board's position on expanding her daycare. And kind of with that, I'll turn it over to Tony, because I know Tony also had some things he wanted to say.
All right, thank you. Mr. Suber, please state your name and address before you start your comments.
Yes, my name is Tony Suber, 9519 Ferns Gray Road, Charlotte. Eric basically covered all the points I wanted to bring to your attention, specifically with the covenants, conditions, and restrictions. We believe the Coopers have just misinterpreted that entire section, because it clearly prohibits any type of business from operating, as Eric stated, if the operation of that business is apparent or detectable, and as well as involving regular visitation by clients. That description describes the daycare to the T. So I don't know how she's interpreting that, but it's clearly in violation of our CCRs. But
all right,
one of our primary concerns is the health issue. With the current pandemic, we just feel it's a risk to public safety to have that many people in such a confined area.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Super. Anything else?
No, I think that's it for me.
Okay. Max, are there any other speakers, pro or con?
Yes, we had 3 other people, I believe, on the call at the moment that are interested in speaking, or they may or may not be interested in speaking, but I will let them speak for themselves. We have Carly Brewster, Cecilia Allen, and Whitney Clark. Give me 1 second to unmute them. And I believe they are all unmuted at this time.
Hello.
Hello, please state your name and address for the court reporter, please.
Hello, my name is Whitney Clark. My address is 513 Falls Lane, Kannapolis, North Carolina.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to speak for and just kind of give my standpoint. I'm a parent of Little Wills. I've been a parent. I followed Little Wills when she had a previous center in another residence. And I'm also I just kind of wanted to speak. I'm sorry, I can't remember the guy from the board that just spoke about the social distancing. I do work in childcare myself. And actually work at a larger facility. And as far as social distancing goes with the children, I mean, I'm in a smaller classroom, and I can guarantee you it's smaller than the classroom. I mean, I can give you the name of my center if need be, but just giving you, examples of how we social distance. The teachers, we're all required to wear masks, which I'm sure, which I know Ms. Cooper does. They're required, the teachers at our center, we are required to wear masks. Parents are not allowed in the building to lessen the germs. And I know as far as Ms. Cooper's cleaning regimen goes, I mean, her center is spotless. When the children come in, they take their shoes off, they sanitize, they wash their hands. All her children that are in her care know the routine. They know they come in, they wash their hands. They are taught this from coming. I can tell you, I have a 10-month-old in her care. And I mean, he washes his hands as well. And he's been there since he was 6 weeks old. But same thing in my larger care facility. Like I said, parents do not come in. The children don't wear masks. I am in a class of 24. So this 12 compared to the 24 is, minuscule. So I truly, I feel okay with my children coming here, knowing that, the facility is kept clean. Ms. Cooper checks temperatures before they even come in the door. Temperatures are checked. I mean, so as far as social distancing goes, I can tell you any daycare right now, I mean, that's open. This is how it's going. I mean, so hers would be no different, than any other licensed facility that's happening out here. I know she has no violations, no anything against her. And that small square footage space, I mean, I'm as a parent, I mean, I'm not concerned about germs. And as far as I know, she has everything in line. She always has her documentation in line, everything. So I don't understand the miscommunication with her, with the whole business aspect. But as far as I know, she has everything in line and has been able to, make all parents aware. And she's also been open, I mean, for essential care workers 24 hours. I mean, she's available to her parents. She does have, I do believe, a license for second shift as well. So it's just very beneficial to not only the people in the neighborhood, but outside of the neighborhood. And I mean, I just truly don't see what the problem is. You cannot tell that it's the daycare, as the guy who spoke previously said, when you guys did not even know this facility was even here. That's just how well she operates. And there's no signs, there's no anything, there's been no complaints in the neighborhood. There's nothing, you know, when he's saying that, you know, it's displaying all the things that it should not, there's no signs. No one knows that there's a daycare here unless it's pointed out. We don't go around, you know, just it's, I don't know. I'm just super for this. And if I have more children, I want them to be in the care of Miss Cooper, which is why I'm also for, you know, this expansion. And I know that he has a lot of support in the neighborhood. It seems like it's just the HOA that's against it. So that's kind of all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I guess we have two more. Is that correct? We have Carly Brewster.
There's also an Alexander Knox and a Celia
Allen. Yeah.
Let me see.
All right, Ms. Brewster, do you want to please state your name and address and present your comments, please?
Okay, my name is Carly Brewster. I live at 10514 Snowball Court in Charlotte, North Carolina. And my daughter attended Miss Tammy's daycare for 3 years. And the relationship felt more like, I would say to Miss Tammy, you know, we don't have family in Charlotte. It felt more like those were her grandparents that she was going to. And she just provided great care to my child, you know, and would go above and beyond for me and my family. So I do see the benefits of having her in the community and how it helps, you know, not only for us to go to work every day and to have a peace of mind for that, but also, you know, outside of that, just keeping the community together and creating like a home filled with people like me who are not from Charlotte and need that feeling. So I mean, I'm also in support of her having the daycare, you know, because it is important to be able to drop your kids off somewhere and know that they're going to be well taken care of until you're home. That's all I had to say.
All right, thank you. Ms. Allen, you're up next. Please state your name and address for the court reporter and then present your comments.
Cecilia Allen, 2517 Viburnum Court. And I currently have 2 children that are enrolled in full-time daycare at Little Wills, and we have no issues whatsoever with, you know, being worried about the germs and the pandemic right now. As Whitney stated, she is checking temperatures at the door. We are currently, as parents, not allowed to enter. So we're dropping them off at the door. They're being, you know, sanitized. They're washing their hands. Everything to me is literally, they're following the rules. If you go to a store or visit a family member, you don't even do these things. I mean, she is touching every single point that she can to a T. As far as not knowing that a business was being operated, I don't see how anybody wouldn't, but I will leave that part alone. We are definitely for the expansion and 100%, you know, wanting you guys to just approve so that way, you know, more kids can be cared for at this location.
All right, thank you. Mr. Knox, please state your name and address for the court reporter and then present your comments.
Hi, good morning. My name is Alex Knox. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My address is 10224 I2. I'm a parent of a child that is enrolled Little Wills. I too am for it, just like everyone else that's stated the different points on this call. And also want to state that this daycare is a necessity for those that are essential workers. My wife and myself are both essential workers, including my mother-in-law. So and I have another child that I'm looking to enroll as well because again, all 3 of us are essential workers, right? My wife works with HM. My mother-in-law works for the transit, and so they're putting their lives on the line every day to help the public, including myself. And so we need some type of daycare that would allow us to continue to help those that are in need or to continue to perform in our jobs as well. As Miss Ceci and Miss Whitney spoke, Mrs. Cooper does an amazing job in regards to ensuring that all requirements are being taken seriously in regards to this pandemic. as far as the temperatures, as far as the not allowing parents to come into the homes, and et cetera, et cetera. And I feel like it's a safe environment as us as parents, right? We're very diligent in regards to us being transparent with Miss Cooper and the other parents, right? Because again, our kids may impact these other kids, but that's a risk that we're willing to take because we have trust and confidence in this particular center that our kids will be well taken care of, our kids will be safe and healthy. Again, I am for the expansion because again, I have another child, and seeing that every adult in my household is actually an essential worker, we would need somewhere for our other child to actually be taken care of. But again, I am for it. Nathan, young man, I'm on the phone. Please go in the room. Go in the other room. I want to tell you something. I'm sorry for that, everyone. That is one of my kids that's actually enrolled in Mrs. Tammy's daycare. But again, that is my comments. I am for expansion. And like Ms. Ceci said, my kid has been here, I think, since 2018, 2017. I'm a little shocked that the HOA was not aware that this center has been operating. As Ms. Whitney mentioned, it has operated with efficiency, no complaints, no issues. Again, our kids have been going here for a few years. This center is like a family. The neighbors, we have all become close, and we all respect and love Miss Tammy and this particular daycare. Again, it is a necessity for our kids. And that is all, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Knox. Is there anybody else, Max, that wishes to speak for or against?
I'm not aware of anyone else that is signed up to speak.
Okay. Then does the board have any questions for Mrs. Cooper before we go to the final arguments? All right, then staff, you have final comments? Anything else?
No.
Chad, you don't have anything? You haven't said anything all morning?
No, I don't have anything.
Okay. All right, Mrs. Cooper, you have the last word. Is there anything else you'd like to tell the board before we make a decision?
Yes, sir. I would just like to say I appreciate all the help and support that I've received.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and close the hearing if there's no other questions from the board for staff or the applicant.
This is John. I've got a question for Andrea. I guess going back to my earlier question, how much is the board, I mean, whether or not this use violates the terms of the covenants, is that something that the board should consider? And if so, under what of the requirements that, we're supposed to find to grant a variance, should that be considered?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So it's something that you can take notice of, but the issue that I guess I have concern with is how it would fall into the standard or the analysis of a hardship. That is the very first standard that you as a board should be considering, is whether or not the requested variance is being brought to you based on an unnecessary hardship. That's the very first hurdle. And then as you walk through the other factors that you all will analyze, if you find at some point that the covenants are applicable in some way to one of your factors, then and only then would you consider it. But unless it plays into one of those factors that you'll be considering later in your deliberation, I'm not sure that it plays into your analysis. That's a challenge that would occur. That's an analysis that would occur. Hold on one second, Aaron. That's an analysis that would occur perhaps through a challenge of the covenants, as you're aware, Mr. Floyd, but I'm not I'm not convinced that it necessarily plays into your analysis here with the hardship analysis that this board is charged with.
Okay. And quite frankly, that's kind of consistent with my thoughts. I'm just trying to figure out if that's something we really need to consider. I mean, my initial read is it is a violation of the covenants, but that seems like something that's more up to the courts to decide whether or not to enforce, not something that is within the purview of this board to enforce.
That's exactly right, Mr. Floyd. Like I said, again, unless you can find some way that it applies to one of the hardship factors that you'll be talking about later, I'm not seeing where it applies.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I did think of another question, so I need to reopen the hearing real quick. Mrs. Cooper, have you exhausted or looked into purchasing the additional 600 square feet that would get you out of having to have a variance for your expansion?
Well, I wasn't aware of being able to purchase extra property until after I submitted all my information to the board.
Is that an option? I'm just asking if that's an option that you could evaluate.
I could evaluate. The only option would be from the home behind us. And because beside, there's no way to get property beside of us. But based on the square footage that was required by state, that's why I didn't even know that should be an option to purchase more property. Because
Okay. Well, it seems like that's if there were some way that you could acquire the 600 square feet, then there wouldn't be a variance from this board required. Is that correct, Lisa or Shad?
That is correct.
Is that something, Mrs. Cooper, that you would like to investigate before the board makes a decision or not? I mean, we could continue your case for a month or whatever, however long it would take you to evaluate that, if that would be something you'd like to look at, because once the board makes the decision, that's the decision moving forward.
is my husband can forms of purchasing of the property?
Yes, he just would need to state his name and address for the court reporter.
Address is
Sorry, you were breaking up. I didn't hear that. We didn't hear that part. There's a bad echo that I can't understand. I don't know if the court reporter has been able to get it or not.
We're not able to get to understand what she's saying. If maybe she might have two microphones turned on. Just
You still with us, Mrs. Cooper?
Yes, sir. I'm here. I was trying to keep it from echoing.
Okay.
Okay. We won't be able to purchase the property? Okay. My husband was saying by law, we wouldn't be able to purchase that property behind us. He did look into it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Then we'll go ahead and close the hearing again. So we'll begin the deliberations of the of the board. During the deliberations of the board, no other additional comments can be made by anyone that's not a board member unless it's Ms. Leslie Fight or Ms. Staff. I mean, obviously the attorney for the board and or the attorney for staff, if need be. So let's go ahead and start with the deliberations. Let's start with Mr. Floyd.
I mean, as I said earlier, I do think this is a violation of the covenants, but I don't see how that's really relevant to our determination. You know, as I look through the factors that we as a board are required to consider, you know, I'm struggling to see what is the unnecessary hardship. I mean, I guess the hardship is the inability to add 4 additional to the center, but I'm not convinced that that's an unnecessary hardship under the ordinance. You know, as I look at factor 4, whether it's the variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent and public safety. I mean, looking at the home with its fenced-in backyard and things, it doesn't seem to me that adding 4 additional children let's say outside of the current pandemic would create some kind of additional, you know, public safety risk. But quite frankly, I'm kind of struggling where to come down on this one.
All right, thank you. Anything else?
No.
All right, Mrs. Dryden.
I appreciate the emotional appeals from the parents who have children in the daycare, and I understand the need for workers that have to get out to have daycare. But I struggle with the hardship. Where is the hardship? Except that she won't be able to put 4 additional children in there, which means she would make more money. And my understanding when I joined this board was we were not allowed to consider monetary costs when we started to talk about whether this was an appropriate zoning issue. Based on the neighborhood, based on the lot size, it's listed here, most of the lot sizes are the 4,000 feet as opposed to hers, which is approximately 7,000. So she's already got that. I don't feel like we can approve this because I don't see the hardship. That's
Okay.
where I put down on this.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, you're muted if you're making comments.
Sorry about that. I remember what I was saying. I kind of would echo some of the sentiments of Ms. Dryden. I'm very torn on this one, but the hardship is what I'm hung up on. Because when I look at this, and I know we haven't dealt with it in particularly the daycare situation. We've dealt with it in other business owners in prior cases, and I want to make sure we're staying consistent. I'm interested to hear from anybody else who has decided on the hardship aspect of this, because right now I just can't, in line with not looking at any other circumstances, considering current situation, considering HOA or anything else like that, just considering the pure letter of the law that we have to follow. I'm hard to make that connect those lines there. So I'll listen to everybody else's comments to kind of see if there's any other clarity on that. But right now, I'm just not seeing it.
Okay, Mr. Wilson.
Yes, good morning, everybody. I am in the same sentiment as Mr. Brown and my other board members that have spoken. What is a little, I guess I'm a little bit confused because the way it was presented, it was first, the childcare business is expanding or wants to add on to so they can have more children there. But then it turned more into, well, she shouldn't be having this business anyway because it's against HOA rules. If I'm reading that wrong, I apologize. So I guess the way it came to us, it kind of diverted from what we're supposed to look at to what we're not supposed to look at. And I just want to make sure that whatever decision that we make, we're not saying that this business owner cannot operate her business. And that's my concern. I don't want that to be a reflection on the board. So I don't know how we can clarify whatever our decision is, that it's the decision based upon what we actually have jurisdiction over. Because from arguments for and against, it was more of she's doing a great job. And then the other side was like, well, she shouldn't be doing it anyway. And I think it got away from why we're actually looking at it.
Yeah, our board, the charge that we're given today on this case is to evaluate whether to allow the expansion to 12 children and give them the variance of the 598 square feet that they're lacking for the size of the property that's required to allow that to happen. That's the only thing we're supposed to do. Is we're supposed to look at, they're supposed to have 8,000 square feet minimum lot size for the 12 children. They have 7402 is the size of their lot. So they've asked for variance of the 598 square feet to allow them to do the expansion. We're not supposed to make any, our job is not to make any decisions based upon the HOA requirements, based upon the business, based upon whether they're run properly. Those are all things outside of what this board is getting into. Ours is only to make the decision if we are to allow them to expand the 12 children with the 7,402 square foot size of the lot.
Yeah, and I'm glad.
I understand the emotional side of it with the need in helping people that need childcare at this time, or in general, but especially at this time. And I understand the comments from the HOA, but those are all outside of what this board is supposed to decide on. So if the board decides that they've exhausted all of their avenues and there's a hardship that meets the definition by the state, then we should approve the variance. If the board decides that there is no hardship that meets the definition by the state or any of the other three criteria, then we should deny the variance. Is that correct, Andrea?
That's exactly right, Mr. Chair.
And
So
Mr.
does that clarify anything for the board?
For me, Mr. Chairman, yes, and I'm glad that you made that clarification. That was my concern. I just didn't want the perception to be that the board is saying that Mrs. Cooper cannot operate her business, because in my opinion, it looked like the presentation kind of veered away from what we're actually supposed to be voting on today. Yeah.
And if they had a property that had the 8,000, if they had an additional 600 square feet, if they had 8,000 square feet, they wouldn't be in front of the board. They could go to their 12 children without even coming to the board or the zoning planning commission. So are there any other questions, concerns that we need to address before we get a motion and vote?
Well, I guess my question would be, Chairman Sanderson, you kind of heard from everyone else. I would like your thoughts on, whether or not you see any unnecessary hardship here. Because I think that's where everybody seems to be hung up.
The only hardship that I could try to claim would be that they can't acquire the 598 square feet. They say they can't acquire it from the property behind them. Other than that, I mean, they have a current operating business, whether the homeowners association likes it or not, or approves of it or not. It's operating very well from what we've been told by parents that have their children there, and I believe them. That's a very well run facility. The kids are all happy and taken care of and safe and healthy. And that the property owners wish to expand to 12, but they don't have the property to do it. I don't know if that's a hardship. I mean, that's a wish, that they wish they could expand to 12 and they wish they had the extra 600 square feet. I don't know if that meets the definition of a hardship. Personally, I'm leaning towards it probably not being a hardship. It's a want more than a need from I'm feeling currently, but I could be swayed either way, but that's the way I'm leaning currently. I don't know if that answers your question or muddies the water even more. I don't know.
That certainly answers my question. Thank you.
I guess Andrea, the question would, I don't know if Andrea is still on.
I am.
Do you have the definition for what the hardship? I think we've done this before and I can never remember exactly what the definition says for what the courts and the state define as the hardship that we need to meet by the board requirements.
So this, well, as you know, this board is a board of last resort, which is to say that there are no other viable means by which an applicant could achieve its goals, but for the variance. So it's a but-for standard that applicants are tasked with providing. And I mean, there's no hard and fast definition for it. I mean, there are case examples of it, but it's that those case examples have been summed up to be this board being a board of last resort.
All right.
I can pull some examples from some case language if that would be helpful, but I'm having some connection issues with my main server. But does that help to illuminate a little bit better? You can give me a minute.
It does for me. I mean, I guess the question for the board members becomes, is the want the board members becomes, is the want a hardship over the need when it's an operating business for eight children? Is the desire to go to 12, is saying that they've exhausted all their options? Is that does that meet the definition of a hardship for you? Call it a hardship to be able to vote for the variance? With that, I'll open the floor for a comment or a motion one way or the other.
This is Deborah Dryden. I make a motion to deny this request for a variance, as I cannot in clear conscience see a hardship in denying this, because we're not denying her business. She still has her business. But the inability to procure the property behind her does not seem to me to be sufficient hardship. So I make a motion that we deny this request.
All right, thank you. We have a motion to deny the request by Mrs. Dryden. Is there a second or an alternative motion?
This is John Floyd. I second the motion. As I think I said before, I agree with Ms. Dryden. I just can't see this as an unnecessary hardship. It just, in my opinion, doesn't rise to that level.
All right, we have a motion to deny the variance by Mrs. Dryden, a second by Mr. Floyd. We'll take a roll call vote. Mrs. Dryden, a yes vote is to deny the variance. You're on mute, Mrs. Dryden.
I apologize. Yes, denied. Thank you. Dryden.
All right. Mr. Floyd,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Brown, yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Wilson, yes.
Sanderson, yes. Let's look at the conclusions of law and facts. I didn't see anything.
Move to approve the conclusion of law and findings of fact.
I second Deborah Dryden.
We have a motion to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law as written by Mr. Brown, a second by Mrs. Dryden. We'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Brown,
Brown, yes.
Mrs. Dryden,
Dryden, yes.
Mr. Floyd,
Floyd, yes.
Mr. Wilson,
Wilson, yes.
Sanderson, yes. All right, our next case is case number 2020-021 for the property located at 9215 South Boulevard.
Okay, this is a commercial sign variance. The applicant is requesting a 58 square foot variance from the maximum sign area of 42 square feet general commercial zoning. And I'll give you a minute to look at your findings.
All right, Lisa, just a minute. Max, are there anybody to speak for or against?
Max has stepped out for just a moment. I believe we have the applicant here, and also we have another staff member with the permitting office that will speak after the case.
All right. Okay, well, go ahead, Lisa. I'll do the swearing in before they speak then.
Okay. Exhibit 1 is a vicinity map of the subject property. Exhibit 2 is a zoning map of the property. The property is zoned B2 General Business and is in a commercial area. Exhibit 3 is an aerial map of the property. Exhibit 4 is a close-up aerial map of the property. Exhibit 5 is the background of the subject property. You can see in the top left corner the previous sign on the subject property. Then there was a sinkhole in 2017 that began where the sign is located, and the sign was removed in 2017 because of that sinkhole. In 2018, the sinkhole was repaired. And then in 2019, an engineering report was prepared for the replacement sign on the property. Exhibit 6 is more background of the property. In the geotechnical engineering report prepared for the replacement sign, over on the left is a diagram of the sign considered. It shows it's 25 feet tall and 9 feet 9 inches wide. And then in August 2019, the applicant had a permit approved for a 74.75 square foot sign with the same dimensions of 25 feet high by 9 feet 9 inches. And it was it was consistent with the engineering report and also consistent in appearance with the previous sign. Exhibit 7 is the variance request. Prior to October 21st, 2019, the ordinance allowed for a maximum sign area of 100 square feet. And the permit that was approved that was submitted on August 5th, 2019 for 74.75 square feet in sign area was consistent with that regulation. In October 21 of 2019, the City Council adopted a new sign ordinance that decreased the maximum sign area to 42 square feet. And the reason for this was to address modern pedestrian-oriented urbanization growth patterns as opposed to the suburban sign standards in the 1992 ordinance. On October 28, 2019, the applicant submitted another permit to replace the previous one for a 99.36 square feet sign that was denied because at that point, the maximum sign area is 42 square feet. The applicant is requesting a variance of 58 square feet in sign area to allow the approximately 100 square foot sign. Staff does not feel that this meets the requirements in the zoning ordinance for granting a variance. A consideration is that the applicant could proceed with the 74.75 square foot sign area permitted in the permit in August of 2019. Also, permitting staff that worked with the applicant stated that they had told the applicant of the upcoming changes to increase the sign area. Another consideration is that in October of this year, there's a sign ordinance text amendment scheduled for City Council decision that would allow up to an 84 square foot sign area for the sign. So if the applicant waits, they can submit then for an 80 square foot sign area. Another consideration is that the hardship does not result from conditions peculiar to the property. The sign is in a highly visible location that's elevated from the street level. Also, a safety consideration that might be applicable is that the 99.38 proposed square foot sign area exceeds the dimension of the signage considered in the geotechnical report. Exhibit 10 is a photo of the subject property and the proposed sign area. We have staff member Donald Moore with sign permitting who can answer any questions related to notifying the applicant of the upcoming sign changes. And we also have the applicant. That's all I have if you have any questions.
Thank you, Lisa. So their August permit of the, what was it, 40 or 75 square feet, I guess it was. That's still in effect?
Correct.
That hasn't been superseded since they submitted the one for the 99.38?
No, the 99.38 was denied, so they could proceed with the 74.75 square foot. Also, there was another piece of state legislation that extended any permitting approvals during COVID.
Okay, so that's still in effect, but then the one we're talking about today is the 99.38 that's been denied, and they want us to approve that the additional square footage to accommodate that sign. Correct?
Correct.
And they submitted that sign, that permit application, according to staff, with the knowledge that it was going to be reduced.
Correct.
And even if the variance gets, even if the city council approves on October 19th of this year, that sign is still going to be too large for that ordinance.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Are there any questions for staff from the board?
This is John Floyd. I recall that area of South Boulevard, there's a lot of car dealerships. Lisa, do we have any insight into kind of the sizes of the other signs that are in that area?
I do not know the exact measurements of the other signs.
Okay.
But as of today, the sign ordinance says 42 square feet is the maximum.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions for staff before we proceed? Are there any questions for staff from the applicant?
Let me unmute the applicant. We have the applicant and two representatives of the property.
And what are the names that are the applicant? And
The applicant is Warren Knight. The representative of property owner is Ryan Fay and Nicole Stepaninsky. And they should all be muted now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Warren Knight.
All right, before you start, Mr. Knight, let me go ahead. Mr. Knight, Mr. Fay, Ms. Stepaninsky, and Mr. Moore, please acknowledge that you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter at hand.
I do. I do.
I do.
Should be one more, I think.
I do not see Mr. Moore on this call.
Okay. All right. Then yes, do you have any questions, Mr. Knight? Do you have any questions for city staff before you state your name and address before you ask your question or start your presentation?
This is Warren Knight with Sign Care. We're at 1826 Flat Creek Road in Lancaster, South Carolina.
Okay, do you have a question for staff, or are you ready to present your
Well,
side?
I'd like to, before I present, I'd like to respond to a comment by Mr. Floyd. When he said, what are the other signs on that, along that corridor? We do several automotive dealerships contracting installing signage. Typically, those signage are 100 square feet and reach a maximum of 30 feet along that corridor. So this new sign would be within that same the same site of the other signs.
Okay.
And to kind of give some background on this, I know that she had said that the applicant was aware that the code was changing before the application was made. Sign Care was not made aware of that code change. And I think the application that for the new sign was made 7 days after the code had been changed. But to back up even further, the reason this is even an issue at this point is, and there are several. Nissan has, their dealerships are contractually bound, as you guys know, to maintain certain signage. They don't do one-offs, they do sign packages. The sign that was removed had to be removed or was removed by the dealer to prevent a safety issue. The sinkhole was not caused by the dealer, but it damaged the footing and the sign. Once that sign was removed, it was inspected and could not be put back in place. And that was part of the issue. So the sinkhole was then repaired. The engineering supports that. We can then we put in place an application for a sign of that size. Nissan responded with, at this point, they need to go with the new brand, which was the 30 square foot, but they maintained the Nissan logo to 42 square feet. So the logo itself did not exceed your new ordinance, but you're counting in your ordinance the size of the panel, which typically for road signs isn't done. I'll use Toyota as an example. Toyota has a large pylon sign, big white with a radius top, and it says Toyota on it. They count Toyota. They don't count the entire signage. So what we're asking for is some consideration to say the Nissan logo is 42 square feet. We'd like to put the sign back up that was taken down to address a safety issue. We can go back and get engineering to support this sign now that the sinkhole is repaired. But had the sinkhole not occurred, we would be in a whole different place, and that's the hardship. Without that sign on there, then their hardship to them would be an advertising hardship to compete against other dealers on that corridor.
Mr. Knight, this is Terry Brown. I know you mentioned that Nissan produces these signs kind of in bulk and packages and ships them out to the various dealerships. Do they not make signs that are in the size that were previously outside the dealership before the sinkhole issue anymore? Or what do they do with dealerships in smaller locations?
That's a good question. I can give you two examples of that. And the first example would be the Nissan sign, that the 74 square foot sign that you were looking at. Nissan does not allow that sign not to be manufactured. You can't even ship one to a dealership of that size any longer. They prohibit it. That is not their signage.
So if I'm understanding correctly, Nissan bases the signage that they ship to individual dealerships on the size of said dealership.
Correct. If it's it depends on, and that size would be depending if you're on a 4-lane road, if you're on an interstate. If you have an interstate, you may have an interstate sign package. So they determine your signage based upon your size of your dealership and signs in the area. So that this new sign then is only available. The other sign, the 74 square foot sign, is not available. We can't. If we saw one at another dealership and wanted to move it, we're not allowed to do that.
Thank you.
A second, I'll give you an example. Different Nissan's dealership. we had an instance with this very similar thing in Statesville, North Carolina, with a separate dealership. I'm going to tell you which one it was. And we went to variance. Long-standing company that had been in the same location for many years, good corporate citizen, just like this Nissan dealership. The Nissan dealership isn't a new dealership walking in asking for new signage. They're just trying to accommodate contractually what they have and putting back up what their safety issue, resolving that safety issue caused. But the one in Statesville, they said, we're not going to allow you to put the sign back up. The corporate automotive said, if you are unable to do this, we had this in a letter, if you're unable to get your signage that you are bound to contractually, then you need to find a new location. And that meant several hundred jobs. I'm not saying Nissan is saying this, but these contracts are pretty, they're pretty harsh, they're pretty strict. The dealer is in a place, the corporate sets up a signed package, and they're expected to receive that package, in many cases, whether they want it or not. But here, again, the sinkhole, and even the engineering pointed out too, that had to be removed. There were utilities in that area as well, so that had to be repaired. It was not, the sinkhole was not caused by the sign. The sinkhole started near the sign, and the sign was removed due to the sinkhole.
Okay.
That Nissan logo is only 42 square feet.
The Nissan logo on the October 28, 2019 permit.
They're both, the Nissan logos on both of those signs that you're looking at on the screen are the exact same size. The logo themselves are the same size, 42 square feet.
But the sign itself is 99.63 feet or 36 feet.
Correct. That panel is 90 feet. You know, the customer would hate to have to wait till October to then ask for a different variance, because at that point we'd be looking, oh, we'd only need 14 square feet, because this project has taken really months and months to complete to get to this point.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to present or talk about, Mr. Knight?
No, I would just hope that, again, this is a good corporate citizen that isn't asking for anything new or just taking over and is trying to make changes. We're just trying to get back the advertising that was in place before a safety issue had to be resolved.
Okay, I understand.
Rick, I would like to say that Donna Moore is on the call now.
Okay, let's go ahead. Is Mr. Fay on? Would you like to speak? Are you on the call?
I am. I don't have much to say.
Please state your name and address. Sorry.
Sir. Ryan Fay. I'm at 215 South Boulevard in Charlotte. I represent the Scott Clark Auto Group. I work for all three of the Scott Clark stores. I just want to, again, reiterate what Mr. Knight said with the longevity of this project and what we've been going through. Just to give you a very short timeline, we noticed that this foundation of our original sign was cracked on July 5th of 2017. We had the sinkhole was repaired by April of 2018, and we began the permitting process at that point. It's now been almost over 3 years now since we've had a sign at this location. We took it down out of an abundance of caution. We have received a number of numerous feedbacks from customers saying that because of the visibility, the way that the road goes uphill, and the way that our dealership is set up on that road, that it's very hard to see. And we've had a number of customers over the past 3 years that have driven by the dealership because they've been unable to identify it without our pylon. Obviously, this was not out of a decision to try to get a bigger sign. This was a decision, a safety decision. And then we are being mandated by Nissan to put up a specific sign. And we would just ask, as a good corporate citizen of Charlotte and a proud corporate citizen of Charlotte, that we might receive this variance so that we can proceed to get this up in hopefully the next couple of months and not have to go into a fourth year of not having a pylon.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Stepniowski. Hope I didn't butcher that too much, and if I did, I apologize. Please state your name and address before you start your comments. If you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Nicole should be unmuted now.
Okay, we still can't hear.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, now we can, yes.
Sorry about that. Nicole Stepniowski. I am located at, give me a second, 1052 Vanderploeg Drive, Chesapeake, Virginia. I don't have much to comment on. I do have one point to make. I did actually reach out to Mr. Moore myself, and on September 12th, 2019, was told that we would be allowed 30 feet in height and 100 square feet sign face due to South Boulevard being considered a major thoroughfare, which is why the sign that was proposed in the first place. At no point was I told that code was about to change, or we would have never gone with the 30-foot sign. We wouldn't have started the process, gone through engineering and everything to apply for it. Other than that, that's all I really have to say.
Are you with Nissan, or are you with just the Scott Clark dealership, or?
I am with AGI. We handle all the signage for Nissan.
Okay. Is there a sign that meets the requirements that the ordinance currently reads?
It would be significantly shorter. In order for it to be that square footage, it would be a huge drop in height.
Okay. Thank you. I may come back to you with another question, but I have a question for Mr. Moore and for the planning staff right now. Chad or Lisa, if the sign, would they have been able to replace if the sign that was taken down due to the sinkhole, if that was in a condition to be put back up, would they have been allowed to replace that sign, put that sign back up in its location after the sinkhole repair?
Yes, if it was permitted prior to October.
Well, that sign would have been permitted because that would have been the original sign that was there. I'm just asking if they could have replaced it with the old sign.
Yes.
Okay. And what's the definition? How is the size of the sign defined for the ordinance? Because I'm confused that I'm hearing that the Nissan logo part is the 42 square feet, which meets the ordinance. But I'm of the opinion. I think I understand it, but to me, the sign would be the entire top part of the sign, and the picture from the October 28th would be the entire red part, and then the picture from August 5th and 19 would be the silver part at the top where the logos are inside of it. To me, that would be the part of the sign, because the bottom part would be what we call a pedestal. But now it's a two-legged pedestal. But is that am I thinking correctly or am I incorrect?
If you look at your findings of fact, the section of code that has the calculation for measuring sign area is included. And that's the standard way that we do for all signs, is we take the logo and any background colors. So what you were saying is correct in how we would measure. We would take the gray behind the Nissan because it's the color that makes the square of the sign area. And then for the October 28th permit, we would take that red area, basically would be the sign face for the sign area.
Okay. I don't have any other questions right now unless I don't know if the board does.
I'm confused. If the sign is only the red part and it's within code, then why was it denied being put back? If the pedestal part is not included in the signage.
So the October 28th permit was denied because that sign area is 99.36 square feet, and the maximum sign area had been decreased to 42 square feet at that time. So it exceeded what was allowed by the ordinance.
You're talking about the red part.
Correct. So the other one, the August 5th sign, that's 74.75 square feet, that was approved. And they could still proceed with that.
But if Nissan doesn't provide that, or it's not in the package anymore, that, to me, that's a hardship because they can't get it. Correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Morse, what Mr. Knight said?
Yeah. Hello, can you guys hear me?
This is Mr. Knight. That's correct.
That signage of the 74.75 is no longer available in any way, shape, or form for you to put up. Correct?
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Knight, I think Mr. Morris is trying to say something, but I can get back to you in just a second. I don't want to lose my train of thought on my question. I am getting older, so I can't keep things too long without everything going on. Your definition, Mr. Knight, your definition of the sign is the Nissan logo itself. Is that your interpretation?
Yes. Well, and these the sign ordinances these calculations change city to city. We do work in 3 states. Typically, what they want to know, what is the logo size? And
So that's how you define the size of the sign, is the size of the logo. You don't consider the red part, which includes the logo in the center, as part of your sign.
Not in this one, and I'll tell you why I don't. The red part is not part of the logo. If you were talking about Ford, the Ford blue oval is part of their trademark. The blue oval would be counted completely. The red background has nothing to do with the Nissan trademark.
Does Nissan have a sign that has just the Nissan trademark?
Well,
because I know the Ford sign, if Ford was sitting here and they had a blue background or a silver background,
you'd have to count
it. Surrounding their oval, the city would classify, the way I understand it, the city would classify the sign as being the silver or black background, and the oval would just be in the center of it.
Well, the Ford is unique. The sign for Ford is the oval shape.
Right.
So the entire piece is blue oval with Ford written in it. That is their trademark.
Right. I have a feeling that they did that to get around sign ordinances just for that reason.
Well, the Ford oval, and I'm just to clear it up, the Ford oval is they draw a square around the oval. So even though they would have the oval itself may be 70 square feet, the square may be 100.
But does Nissan have a sign with just the Nissan logo?
No, Nissan doesn't have a sign without the red background. That it's not, we have to adhere to the sign package that is provided by corporate.
So all of Nissan signs have some type of background. They used to be silver, now they're maybe red. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I said Nissan signs, they all have some type of background. It used to be silver for the August 5th, 2019 permit. It was silver. And now it's red in the 2019 August 28, 2019 permit application.
Yep, that was the previous sign package that is no longer manufactured. The red background is the current sign package.
Okay. Are there any other questions from the board? Mr. Moore, you wanted to say something. Sorry. Please state your name and address for the court reporter before you speak, please.
Yeah, so hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Donald Moore, 2145 Settle Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28208. Work with the City of Charlotte zoning and planning. To go back to a previous statement that yes, the sign ordinance before October 21st, 2019 was based on street classification. So South Boulevard at that is considered a major thoroughfare, and you could have a 30-foot tall sign with a 100 square foot sign face area. And I advised the sign contractor that, look, if you're going to change the size of the sign, you're going to want to do it before October 21st, because pole signs changed in the ordinance. You could still have 30 feet in height, but you, with the zoning classification of B2 or I1 or I2, you could only go 42 square feet of sign face area with that current ordinance. Now, what Ms. McCarter said was true. They are going to be changing the sign ordinance again to increase that to 84 square feet, hopefully by October again. But I also had spoken with Shad about this, about the color, because they had stated that their logo was only 42 square feet. But in the definition of sign, it does include color in there, and red is a part of the Nissan logo. Because the definition of sign says a structure, device, or object using words, letters, figures, designs, emblems, symbols, fixtures, colors, illumination, and/or projected images. So they were made aware of this, and I told them they would need to get that permit in before October 21st, which did not happen, and I disapproved that permit on November 1st.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Any other questions from the board?
I have a question. I don't know who to address this to, but in their application, it said we were 2 weeks late submitting the permit. What caused that 2-week delay?
In order to submit for the permit, we had to go through all the processes of the engineering to get everything to submit. And it does take a little bit of time to get everything together.
So Mr. Moore is saying that he notified you guys, so.
I'm sorry. I do not recall being notified of that. The email that I have states that South Boulevard is considered a major thoroughfare, so you would be allowed 30 feet in height, 100 square feet of sign face. Nowhere in the email does it say anything about it changing and when the permit needed to be submitted by.
Yeah, this is Mr. Morgan. Do you guys have a person here locally in the Charlotte area that also works with you guys for your permitting?
That would be me. That's Warren Knight. And I'm looking at the emails,
Yes,
Donald, and the emails that I have were never to me. I have some other emails that said that the square footage would change, but I don't have a date showing when they would change. All I have is on September.
I know I spoke with someone a couple of times via telephone as well about that upcoming ordinance change. And, because I was aware of the situation because, like I said, we had originally approved the sign back in August, which still fell under the old permit, which was based on street classification, the 74.75 square foot sign, and that one was fine. But I was aware of the situation and trying to make them aware, look, I've got to have this. If you get your permit application in before October 21st, I can approve it. But once the city council voted to change the ordinance, those signs at that size were no longer valid. But I know I had a couple of conversations with someone on the phone via that as well.
That would not have been with Sign Care. Every email that we have does say that the ordinance is going to change. There was never a date that it would change. And on September 12th, I have South Willows, a thoroughfare. Right now it's 30 feet, 100 square feet. I don't have any email correspondence, anything that I show, and I have them, and I'm pretty much, I think I have them all, that says you must have it in by a specific date. Now, I'm sorry, but I'm not saying you didn't say that or have that discussion, but I don't have that at all.
All right. Is there anything else, any other questions for the board?
What size was the original sign that you took down?
I did not take it down, but the sign that came down was the one shown on the August 5th, the 75 square foot sign.
75 square foot sign. That's the one that was taken down. So would Nissan have required you to replace that sign had you not had the sinkhole?
I don't know the answer to that. That would be something that I cannot answer that question.
Okay.
We're the installers for them. That would be a decision I would not have been privy to. I do know this. I can tell you this, Deborah, that we can't put. Well, I've said this before. We can't put that sign up even if we had it, even if it had not been damaged, and we cannot get another one. That sign is no longer available. It's not allowed. Nissan will not allow that to be shipped, is what we were told.
Right. I understand that. What I'm just asking, if all things considered, if the sinkhole hadn't occurred, would Nissan have required, that was my question, and you said you couldn't answer it. Would they have required you to change the sign because of the new signage?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer.
Okay.
This is Ryan Fay with Scott Clark. The answer to that is yes. At some point, with all of our dealerships, there is a requirement to change signage. However, the time limits and deadlines within which those have to be conducted are very lenient, and so we would not have incurred the expense of putting up a new sign had the sinkhole not occurred.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question. And now,
questions? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Dryden.
Mr. Knight, you said that the signs along the corridor of South Boulevard are approximately 100 feet. That is your statement?
Yes.
The ones that already exist?
Yes.
All right, thank you. That's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Sanderson.
Yes, ma'am. Any other questions from Mr. Brown, Mr. Floyd, Mr. Wilson?
None here. This is Terry.
None here. This is Doug.
None from John Floyd.
All right, thank you.
Rick, this is.
Yes.
I've just got a question for the sign folks. Because I know in different jurisdictions, they have different signs regulations. So I'm curious, like if a Nissan was located in a different jurisdiction that had a different square footage requirement, how do they accommodate for that? Or is it just because this site was already in Charlotte, they have a contract based on what the regulations were in place that they located here in Charlotte? So like if I don't know, but say Huntersville has 70 limitation on sign area, how do they accommodate that?
That would be a question for Ms. Stepniowski. And she's on mute. Ms. Stepniowski, did you hear Mr. Spencer's question?
I'm sorry, I did not.
All right, Shad, can you ask a question again, please?
Yes. So this is a hypothetical. So different jurisdictions have different sign regulations. So I was just curious how Nissan handles other jurisdictions where they may have a limitation that maybe, say 75 feet rather than 100 square feet. How do they then handle that?
Ms. Stepniowski?
I'm not sure if she's having a problem. This is Warren Knight. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm not sure from her standpoint, and she deals directly with Nissan, and I really deal sub through them. From our standpoint, what we're engaged in is typically what happens is on the front end, these dealers look at they're only allowed to put a dealership in certain locations anyway, and that sign ordinance usually is tried to fit their sign ordinance. In the cases where it doesn't, we have been caught up doing just what we're doing today. We're in variance procedures.
And this is Ryan Fay. This is Ryan Fay from the dealership. Again, I don't want to step on Nicole's toes, but there are, in all likelihood, and I don't know for certain, but there are probably alternatives that would provide for a smaller pylon. But this is in the current sign package, this is the most like for like sign. What we don't want to do is incur the hardship of having to reduce to a 3 or 4 foot sign, because that's the only thing that Nissan offers other than this, and lose the visibility to our customers that are coming up or down South Boulevard. As I'm sure you've driven by, it's very difficult. So this is in the current sign package allocated to us by Nissan, of which we don't have any say in. This is the most like for like sign of what we took down.
Okay. Thank you. Lisa and Shad, are there any final comments from city? You're muted, but I think you shook your head no.
No, sorry.
All right, thank you. Mr. Knight, any final comments from the applicant?
I have none.
All right, thank you. Then I'll go ahead and close the hearing. Would it be possible to take a 15-minute break before we start deliberations for the board? Any objections to that? All right, hearing none, we'll come back at, let's say we'll come back at 11:45 and start our deliberations. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You still need me? They're on a 15-minute break. Yeah, I'm at my PTA.
All right, let's see how many people we have back now. Mr. Floyd, are you back?
I am.
Mr. Brown, are you back?
I am.
Mr. Wilson, are you back?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Mr. Welch, are you back?
Yes, I am.
All right, Andrea, are you back?
Sorry, I'm here.
Okay, Therese, are you back?
Yes, I am.
Ah, first time I've talked to you today. I've seen you, but I haven't talked to you
Yes.
today.
Good morning.
Good morning, almost lunchtime. So I understand, Mr. Wilson, you need to leave around 12:15. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, then let's go ahead and start our deliberations for this. We've closed the hearing. We've heard all the comments, I think, that we've got. Since you need to leave at 12:15, let's start with you, Mr. Wilson. We'll try to get through this case before you have to leave. So let's see what comments you have or thoughts you have on this case.
Sure. I am leaning towards approving the variance based upon the testimony that I've heard from the members of the company and the dealership. In my opinion, it looks like that this is more of a need and less of a want. And so that's why I'm leaning to approving the variance.
Okay. Mr. Brown.
Same here. Just in light of everything that we've been presented, I kind of echo what Mr. Wilson has said, especially in light of the area where these signs are going. I'm also leaning in favor of approving the variance.
Okay, Mr. Floyd.
I'm actually going in a different direction here. With each one of these things, I always look at what are the requirements for approval. And one of the requirements for approval is that the hardship results from conditions that are peculiar to the property, such as location, size, or topography. Hardships that result from personal circumstances may not be the basis for granting a variance. And to me, this seems like a hardship that is caused by the fact that Nissan doesn't make a different size sign. And under the ordinance, I don't think that is something that we can consider. If it was a situation where the topography of the property prevented the sign from being seen from the roadway or something along those lines, and I think that would be, allowing a larger sign might be appropriate. But here, they had a sign that was a certain size. They can put that same size sign back on, and I don't see why, other than Nissan doesn't make one, there's a justification for now allowing a larger sign. So I would, on that basis, I'm inclined to deny the request.
Okay, Mrs. Dryden.
I think it is a hardship. The sinkhole had nothing to do with the dealership. It was a hardship. They and because of safety issues, they took the sign down. I don't know why it took them so long to fix the sinkhole and get around to asking for permission to put the sign back up. But in the interim, unfortunately, in a business perspective, the requirements changed. And this dealership had no control over that change in signage. That came down from corporate. And for anybody who's worked in the corporate world, if it comes down from corporate, you have to do it. And if the sign is no longer available, that means that they don't have any signage then, because if you hold true to that fact, because nobody makes that sign anymore. So and based on the other signs on South Boulevard that are 100 feet still, and if we ask them to come back in October and resubmit, it's still not going to meet the requirements because they're only 84 feet and this is still 100 feet. So I am inclined to vote to approve this rezoning request.
Okay. I agree with most of the board comments. I think it is a hardship, like you said, because they don't have an option. They don't have another sign that they can get. Nissan has told them this is the only sign that you can put up, short of one that's right down on the ground, and that location would be a hardship because it'd be hard to see just because of the elevation change of the site from the road and the way the road comes up the hill. Which is, yeah, they chose it. Well, they chose that site to buy. It was a previous dealership. And then Scott Clark, I guess, bought them or vice versa. But I think it is a hardship based upon the fact that corporate doesn't allow them to construct any other size sign. And I also agree that, you know, it's, if they would have gotten it in 7 days sooner, the permit application, they would have had this sign, they wouldn't be in front of us, and none of this would have come to a head like it has. So that's my thoughts, Carmen, moving forward. Is there any other discussion we want to have, or are we ready to have a motion and a vote?
This is Deborah Dryden. I make a motion to approve this zoning request.
We have a motion by Mrs. Dryden. Is there a second?
This is Terry Brown, second.
We have a motion by Mrs. Dryden and a second by Mr. Brown to approve the variance request. I will take a roll call vote. Mrs. Dryden?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Brown, yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Wilson, yes.
Mr. Floyd?
Floyd, no.
Sanderson, yes. So it's approved 4-1. So we need to change the findings of fact and conclusions of law to read under conclusions of law, necessary hardships would result, and the hardship does result from conditions that are peculiar, and the hardship does not result from actions taken by the property owner, and the requested variance is consistent with. Andrea, is there anything else that we need to put in there?
Yes, if you would address number 17 under the findings of that, we would strike not, and that's paragraph. Also in paragraph 18, we would insert no prior or just after are, so there are no other options. Paragraph 22.
Just strike that one.
Sure, yeah. Strike 22, number 23. The hardship does result, so strike not. And paragraph 25, I would just rephrase that to say there is no evidence that granting the variance will harm public safety. And then lastly, I think there was some discussion about the visibility of the sign based on the topography of the property. If the board believe that that is something that speaks to the peculiarity of the property. I think that's probably appropriate for finding, but just wanted you all to kind of flesh that out a little bit. You commented on that.
This is Deborah Dryden. I agree with Mr. Sanderson's comments about the topography. With the smaller sign, it's not going to be visible because of the height. And if their customers are only complaining about not being able to see the sign, then I think that it speaks to the topography, that because of the elevation, a smaller sign would not be visible from the road.
So thank you, Mrs. Dryden. Would you like to insert that similar language as perhaps, let's see, paragraph, maybe a new paragraph 15? Would that be suitable? Just adding it in, add it to the end, whatever the board's pleasure.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll insert a new 15 and shift all of the subsequent numbers down. And it will say that the hardship does result from conditions that are peculiar to the property, including topography, which prohibits, which impedes visibility of signage. Would that be suitable?
Yes, that sounds good.
Thank you. Those are my only comments.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law as amended?
This is Deborah Dryden. I make the motion to approve.
Is there a second?
This is Doug Wilson, second.
We have a motion by Mrs. Dryden and a second by Mr. Wilson to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law as amended. We'll take a roll call vote. Mrs. Dryden?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Floyd?
No.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Sanderson, yes. So those were approved 4-1. Next case is 2020-024 for the property located at 6431 Rosecrest Drive. I guess, Mr. Welch, you'll need to sit in on this since Mr. Wilson needs to leave in a few minutes.
Understood.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you very much.
Have a good month. All right, Lisa, go ahead.
This is a variance request to park a large commercial vehicle in the driveway of a single family residential zoning district. And I'll give you a minute to look over your findings.
All right, go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, Exhibit 1 is a vicinity map of the subject property. Exhibit 2 is a zoning map of the property. The property is zoned R4 single family, and it's in an area with other R4 single family zone properties. Exhibit 3 is an aerial map of the property. And Exhibit 4 is an aerial close-up of the property. The zoning ordinance prohibits large commercial vehicles from parking in all residential zoning districts, whether it be on a temporary basis or an intermittent basis or permanent basis. The applicant parked a vehicle that's weight was 6,000 pounds, height of 11 feet, and length of 23 feet in their driveway, which meets the definition of large commercial vehicle. And that definition says that it either weighs more than 13,000 pounds or it can be less than 13,000 pounds if the height exceeds 9.5 feet or the length exceeds 14 feet. So on February 17th, 2020, a notice of violation was given to the applicant for parking the large commercial vehicle on the property. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow a large commercial vehicle on the property. Staff finds that the request does not meet the zoning ordinance criteria for granting a variance. The hardship results from personal circumstances. The applicant states that the vehicle is parked on the property so that he can have access to his garage and electricity. The applicant states that there's options to store the truck off-site. And the hardship is not peculiar to the property because there's other residential zone properties and they aren't permitted to park large commercial vehicles on their property. Exhibit 7 is another consideration that there's alternatives available to the applicant. They are permitted to store a light or medium commercial vehicle at the property. This is a photo of the property, and the property is located in a subdivision. So I believe that the code enforcement officer, Marcelo, might be on to speak to this as well, and the applicant is available. If you have any questions for me, you can take those now.
Are there any questions for staff? Are there any questions from the applicant for staff? Max, is there anybody to speak for or against? I mean, I know the applicant's here. Is there anybody to speak for or against it other than the applicant?
Yes, I believe we have one person signed up to speak for the applicant, and it's for. Oh no, against. Oh, I'm sorry. And there's a couple other people on the call that are unaccounted for. So I think I'm going to go ahead and unmute them just to see which case they're here to hear.
Okay. Who is here to speak? I know Mr.
So we
Sweeney.
have Kelly Brown here. Need to speak against the case.
Okay.
Do you want me to go ahead and speak now?
No, just a second. We're trying to find out if there's anybody else.
And we also have an Andrew DePlask and a Jeff Smith on the call. I'm not sure which case they're here for. But they're both unmuted.
This is Andrew. I'm just listening. I'm not here to speak.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Jeff Smith, who I think he just muted himself. Jeff?
Okay.
This is Jeff.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is Jeff Smith. I am here for this case.
Okay. then we'll give you a chance here in a few minutes. Mr. Sweeney, Ms. Brown, and Mr. Smith, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter at hand?
I do, sir.
I do.
I do.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Sweeney, you can start your comments.
Good afternoon. I'm requesting the variance in the nature of parking my vehicle on my personal property for a number of reasons, and I'm not sure which order to present the information. However, when I purchased the vehicle and I registered it with North Carolina, Raleigh issued it private tags and not commercial vehicle tags. So I understand that the local ordinances obviously supersede Raleigh's designation. So my confusion starts there, whereas I don't acquire tags from the city of Charlotte for the vehicle. Raleigh says that it's private, not commercial, but I've had it since late 2016, early 2017. What I do for a living is I work in the entertainment industry, film, TV, movies. As the industry presence in the Charlotte area is limited, there is no studio structure or establishment. In other cities such as Wilmington, Savannah, Atlanta, obviously, where there are present studio systems, most of us film crew are technically considered independent contractors, whereas we get hired for an individual production. We bring our own equipment, perform the job we're hired for, and when the filming is done, the business that hired us technically goes out of business. We are technically unemployed and we move on to the next project. In the larger cities that have a studio presence, individual contractors such as myself, in between jobs, simply park their vehicles at a studio lot where it's secured with other studio equipment, powered if necessary, and then just picked up and moved on. Because we don't have that in the Charlotte region, there's no place that's as readily accessible as my home. And I utilize my garage space to exchange the equipment that's in the back of my truck based on the job that I'm about to do. To relocate my vehicle to another facility would incur a monthly rental expense as well as a rental expense for the storage equipment, because if I don't rent a storage unit in addition to a storage lot, then I will have to still drive the vehicle back and forth to the house in between jobs to exchange the equipment. That being said, in 2019, the vehicle was out of state, or I should say off the property, for roughly 38 to 42 weeks out of the year. The way it works is that once I'm hired, the Teamsters Union takes possession of the vehicle and they ensure its safe transportation to and from the work sites on a daily basis until the job is ended. And then it is either relocated back to its permanent parking space or to the next job. In 2019, for example, the truck, like I said, worked 38 to roughly 42 weeks out of the year, which meant that it was here for less than 3 months of the calendar year and not consecutively. Random weeks here and there. Generally, January, February is when it's back at the residence. It's when I send it out for maintenance to ensure that it's not leaking, that it's properly functional and a non-hazard. And then it gets picked up in the early spring and moves on to a job. Last year, yes, I was cited in February, just before the truck was picked up to go to another job down in Wilmington. And then again in October, and the only reason the truck was back in October is it had worked on the Netflix series OBX, which was filmed in Charleston, and was scheduled to go directly from OBX to the next Halloween installment, which was being filmed in Wilmington. At that time, the hurricane came through, and both states issued mandatory evacuations for coastal cities. So I had no choice but to bring the vehicle back here in between the two jobs while the storm passed. If you look at the photos at the top of your screen, I have a 30-foot driveway. And you can see from the photo that's on the top center that the truck does not go all the way to my house, and parked behind it and adjacent to it is my midsize SUV Jeep, which does not come all the way to the end of the street. And you can see how much room there is behind my vehicle. If you look at the bottom two photos, the one on the left-hand side shows the triple width driveway. The two slots on the right are mine, and the one on the left belongs to my neighbor. And if you look closely, you can see that their vehicle is parked all the way at the end of their driveway near the back of the house, with plenty of access to come and go. And then the photo on the right is just another view of showing my vehicle, my personal vehicle, closer to the street, whereas the truck is closer to the house, on how it does not stick out into the roadway. I guess the request is that because the vehicle is here intermittently, I don't consider this to be although it's registered to this address, it isn't permanently housed here. It stops over once in a while. I store my work equipment in the garage. If I try to rent some form of a parking space at some storage facility, most of those do not provide an electrical connection, which I occasionally need. So I would have to carry a personal generator if I needed to go do work on the truck at some other location. And I carry my equipment here, so if I move the vehicle to another location that I may not use for an entire year but must obtain a lease for, I'm incurring the cost of a storage space, storage unit, and I may not even have the vehicle there in the course of a 12-month cycle. Like I said, in 2019, the vehicle was gone for 38 to 42 weeks of the year. This year, however, the pandemic has slowed down our business. The film industry is slowly starting to pick itself back up. The truck is already tentatively scheduled from first week of October through the middle of next year, provided that the current pandemic does not push any job issues a little further out for start dates and safety. Potentially the vehicle will leave the first week of October and not be back until July. So I'm not sure what other information I should provide, but I've lived at this address in Starmount for almost 18 years. Long time Charlotte resident, raised my family here. I think I have a decent rapport with most of my close neighbors, and we generally keep to ourselves. And with the vehicle not having a lot of in and out traffic, I find that I don't believe that it causes a disturbance. And if you can look at the vehicle next to the house, it isn't large enough to really block the view of the house itself. So it's not this gigantic object. Yes, it is slightly larger than 9 feet because of the air unit on top, but it is under 11 feet because it fits in my mechanic's garage. The box is 18 feet long. And with the steep of the driveway, I do put the front two wheels up on some ramps just to give me a little more of a level surface when I'm loading and unloading. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. Are there any questions for Mr. Sweeney at this time?
I have a question. Mr. Sweeney, you say you've lived in this neighborhood for 18 years. Have you had this vehicle for those 18 years?
No, ma'am. I've been in this industry for 8 years, but I've only had this vehicle for 4.
Thank you.
This is Terry Brown. You said that sometimes you need an electrical outlet for the vehicle. What kind of work do you need to do with that, or what's the purpose of the electrical outlet?
Well, so if I have to load or unload the truck through the course of the day, it is a box truck. It does get hot. I like to circulate some air while I'm loading and unloading it. It also has lights so that I can see, because there aren't any windows except for that little one on the back door there. So if I have to spend a day working in the vehicle to load or unload or reorganize or get my tools and equipment ready, it needs power, a fan to breathe and lights to see. Otherwise, it's just a big dark box.
Thank you.
I have a question for Lisa or Shad. How did this come to your staff's attention, and did somebody call in and complain to get the notice of violation or the, whatever he received, the applicant received? How did that happen? Do we know?
I think Marcelo would be able to speak to that. Is he, on the WebEx?
I do not see that Marcelo, the code enforcement officer, is on the WebEx call at this time.
Okay, well,
This is Keith. I might be able to answer that. When I first obtained the vehicle, I had originally parked it on the street, which, although 2 of the wheels were on my property and 2 were on the road, it did create a sight hazard as people were trying to pass the vehicle when, at the time, Rosecrest Drive was open prior to the water construction. And it was difficult to see around, and somebody rightly said something about it. Since that time, however, it's been on the radar.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Is there any other questions for Mr. Sweeney? If not, Ms. Brown?
Yeah, I have one more. Sorry,
Okay.
Mr. Sanderson. Mr. Sweeney, you talk in your application about the hardship of finding somewhere to park the truck when you're not here. Have you explored the idea of renting a facility where you could put, rather than having your materials in your own personal garage, that you could have them in a storage facility that would also allow you to park the truck so that you could load and unload your materials at that? That might defray some of the cost because you have your materials in another facility that also allows you to park.
Yes, ma'am. There are options, but they all cost a monthly rental fee. So there are storage unit places where I could obtain a unit for one fee and a parking space large enough for the vehicle on the same property. So then now I'm adding to my monthly cost of operating as an independent employee, upwards of $450 to $500 a month for both. But what I am unable to obtain in any of those options is a power source. So most of those facilities don't allow, any place that stores large vehicles does not provide a power source as needed. So my options had been to keep the vehicle or to keep my equipment in the garage, and the vehicle comes back and forth. And I'll be honest, if the vehicle is gone 9 or 10 months out of the year, then I'm renting a storage space for the vehicle to park where it's almost never going to be. So I'm paying for this additional real estate someplace else that I may or may not use through the course of a year. And with my driveway being 30 feet long, I saw that as an unnecessary expense, especially, like I said, last year, the vehicle was gone 38 to 42 weeks. So I had it for 2.5 to 3 months. To lease a space for 12 months that I'm not using doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Brown, do you want to please state your name and address before you make your comments?
Yes, I'm representing 6300 Candlewood Drive. And I'm speaking on behalf of my husband, who's on a cross-country drive at the moment. We have had a connection to that area, both business, professionally, and property owners since 1993. We've owned that house, and that area has struggled. Certainly the opposite side of Rosecrest. We're both real estate professionals, and I wonder if some of the neighbors around there maybe don't have the knowledge that we do about the market. But I believe the presence of the truck is not, the in and out of it is not a nuisance in and of itself, but the presence of the truck, we believe, adversely impacts the value of the properties around it. And in the wintertime, when those trees behind the home are bare, that truck is visible from our home. So it's more of a property value impact community with the presence of the truck there. That area has, with the cut through from Wicker there from the Starmount Shopping Center, it's always been affected a little bit by its proximity to that commercial area. And I feel like the community has made some headway recently. And I just feel like this is a move in the wrong direction.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Anything else? Okay. Mr. Smith, please state your name and address for the court reporter and let us know what your comments are.
Jeff Smith, 6425 Rosecrest, Charlotte. If you look at the bottom left picture, I am Keith's neighbor right there. Share the driveway with him. And I'm just here in support of Keith. That truck, like Keith stated, the majority of time is not there when he's able to do his business. And he has always been respectful and courteous as a neighbor. He's an excellent neighbor, and we just have no issues with this truck being on the property.
Okay, thank you.
And I know my wife also provided a letter. She feels the same way.
All right, thank you very much for your comments.
And I will say, just real quick, that I did send an email with evidence from applicants and neighbors included.
All right, thanks, Max. I guess Lisa or Shad, or any final comments from city staff?
I'll just say that since the hardship results from personal circumstances and not something unique to property, staff's concern would be that it would set a precedent to allow large commercial vehicles.
Is there a limit? I mean, if the vehicle is not there for 10 months, 11 months out of the year, does that still constitute not being able to park there, even though it's only a short-term park? How does that fit into the ordinance?
It's prohibited from being parked at a single-family residential property. So that would mean on a temporary basis, on an intermittent basis, or on a permanent basis.
Okay. Anything else in the city?
That's all I had.
All right. Mr. Sweeney, you get the final word.
Thank you. Just to address the comments from Ms. Brown. On my street alone, on Rosecrest Drive, in the last month, the real estate continues to move. I don't honestly feel that it had, because the truck's limited presence, I don't feel it's creating a negative impact on the ability to move the real estate in this area. One block up on the left, actually closer to the commercial district cut through of Wicker that she mentioned. 2 homes side by side, both went on the market and then under contract in less than 7 days, one for $385,000 and the other one for $330,000. Whereas when I bought my home 19 years ago, it was only valued at 99. It's recently upwards of almost 4. So I don't think that in the 18 years that I've been here and the 4 years that I've had this truck, it has had a negative impact on the ability to move the real estate or the value of the homes that surround it. Other than that, that was I'd just like to thank everybody for their time.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and close the hearing. We'll start deliberations. Let's see. Mr. Floyd, you can start this time.
Sure. I'm sympathetic to the applicant, but I hate to sound like a broken record, but I go back to something I said in the last deliberation. I mean, one of the things that we have to find to approve a variance is that the hardship results from conditions that are peculiar to the property. I've heard nothing here today that indicates there's anything specific about this property that prevents this truck from being able to park there. There is a blanket prohibition of these types of vehicles being parked in residential areas. And I don't think that we, as the Zoning Board of Adjustment, be the ones deciding who gets to park their large vehicle because we think they're deserving of a variance and who shouldn't be able to park their large vehicle. I just do not see how we have the authority to grant this variance given the factors that we as a board are required to apply. And regardless of whether I think you feel sympathetic to the applicant, I think, you know, if you ask me, should he be able to park his vehicle there? It wouldn't bother me as his neighbor. But that's not our analysis. Our analysis is what does the ordinance say and what factors do we apply to grant a variance from that ordinance? And we just don't have the evidence here that would support granting a variance. And so therefore, I would have to vote to deny it.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Brown.
Yeah, I'm I guess the big consideration for me is the fact that there isn't a hardship that's particular to this particular property. I understand the situation where this is not a permanent parking situation where it's not there 365 days out of the year. But I guess that I'm just trying to, I'm worried about the precedent that it will set by granting a variance in this case.
All right, thank you. Mrs. Dryden.
I too have a great deal of empathy for Mr. Sweeney, and I don't want to interfere with his business, and I don't want to cost him money. But I don't see anything in his presentation, looking at the topography of the land. There's nothing in the actual footprint of the home that impacts whether he parks the truck there or not. And I do believe that neighborhoods are working hard to make them look and feel like a neighborhood. I worry too about the precedent. If we allow this, then maybe the next one is a little longer or a little taller, and they can come back and say, ah, but you approved his. And then you end up with huge trucks parked in people's driveways. And I appreciate that the truck is gone for long periods of time, but it's also there for 2 weeks at a time, possibly, or 3, depending on his work. So unfortunately, I have a great deal of empathy, I say again, but I don't feel like this meets the criteria for the zoning board's hardship that would, that would result from the strict application of this ordinance. So I too lean toward denying the request.
Okay. Mr. Welch, I'll put you on the spot. And if you don't, since it's your first meeting, if you don't want to chime in right now, that's fine. Just let us know.
I'm fine. Again, just listening to the presentation, and I'm in agreement with the rest of the board that just, understand that the vehicle is not there, but as the board members say, the vehicle is there at, maybe 2 or 3 weeks, maybe a month at a time. And that, to me, I don't see any hardship in, basically approving this variant. So again, I'm in a disagreement as well.
All right, thank you. I am in agreement with my colleagues. I understand the situation, and I have the empathy for Mr. Sweeney, and it's normally not there for but 1 or 2 months a year, but if things go sideways, it could be there longer than that, and then we're facing another situation that's, like you said, it could be precedent setting. So is there a motion one way or the other for the variance?
All right, this is Deborah Dryden. I make a motion to deny this request for rezoning.
Okay.
I second the motion to deny the variance.
So we have a motion by Mrs. Dryden and a second by Mr. Floyd to deny the variance We'll take a roll call vote. Mrs. Dryden, a yes vote would be to deny. Mrs. Dryden,
Dryden, yes.
Mr. Floyd,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Brown, yes.
Mr. Welch,
Welch, yes.
Sanderson, yes. So let's look at the findings of fact and conclusions of law. I didn't see anything.
I don't see anything. So I make a motion to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law.
Okay.
This is Deborah Dryden.
Okay.
John Floyd, I second.
We have a motion by Mrs. Dryden, a second by Mr. Floyd to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law as written. We'll take a roll call vote. Mrs. Dryden,
Yes.
Mr. Floyd,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Welch,
Yes.
Sanderson, yes, those are approved. All right, our last case today is case number 2020-026 for property located at 3390 Service Street.
This is a commercial variance for a transformer located in the back. The applicant is requesting 2.5 foot variance from the maximum width allowance of 4 feet and a half-foot variance from the maximum height allowance. I'll give you a minute to look.
All right, go ahead, Lisa.
Exhibit 1 is a vicinity map. Exhibit 2 is a zoning map of the property. Property is zoned I2 General Industrial, and it's surrounded by other general. Exhibit 3 is an aerial map of the property.
I'm sorry, Lisa, you're fading in and out for me. I don't know if you're not close enough to the mic, but I'm only hearing like every fourth word.
Okay.
I'm having the same issue.
All right. Can you hear me now? Is this better?
Yes, it's better.
Exhibit 4 is an aerial close-up of the property. And Exhibit 5 is the variance request. The applicant is proposing to add some new generators and transformers to the front of the property. The property has a 20-foot setback off of Service Street, and the code prohibits accessory structures in the required setback. However, in order to allow flexibility but limit the size of structures in the setback, there are provisions to allow transformers in the setback within 10 feet of the right-of-way if they have a maximum width of 4 feet, a maximum length of 8 feet, and a maximum height of 6 feet. The applicant would like to locate a transformer in the proposed 20-foot setback that has a width of 6.5 feet, a length of 6.7 feet, and a height of 6.5 feet. So they're requesting 2 variances, 2.5 feet from the 4-foot maximum width and half foot from the maximum 6 foot height to allow that transformer in the front setback. Staff finds the request does not meet the zoning ordinance standards for granting a variance. The hardship results from personal circumstances. The applicant states in their applications that, sorry, I got off my notes here, that there are options to locate the transformer outside of the setback. The hardship is not peculiar to the property, and other properties are also prohibited from placing larger above-ground structures in the setback. Exhibit 7 are photos of the subject property. And also the applicant is on the meeting today to discuss their request. So that's all I have. If you have any questions of me.
Lisa, how did this come to staff's attention?
The applicant brought it to staff's attention.
Okay.
Lisa, looking at these pictures, can you tell me where the new transformer would go? Is it in any of these pictures?
Yes. So if you're looking at the bottom picture,
okay,
where the trucks are, that's where the transformer would go, over in this area. The parking is going to be reconfigured so that it's closer to the driveway area. And then the area where the trucks are going are located right there. There's going to be 2 generators and transformers.
So they will be closer to the street.
Do you mean the transformer or the parking?
Will the transformers then be closer to the street?
Let me turn back to the site plan. So if you're looking at the site plan on Exhibit 6,
right,
in the lower portion, you can see the blue generators and then the green transformer. So the generators are about as close as the existing generators on the other side of the parking area. But the proposed transformer is closer to the street.
And then right above the blue proposed, is that the new parking areas that they're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions for staff? Mr. Gornowich, do you have any questions for staff?
No questions. Again, my name's Charlie Gornowich. I work at 607 Herndon Parkway.
All right, let me ask you a quick question before you start. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter at hand?
I do.
All right, thank you. So with no other questions, you can go ahead and start what you want to say.
Very good. And if I may elaborate, my firm does design build solutions for telecommunication facilities and other mission critical facilities around the country. I have 2 gentlemen from my design team here. I have a licensed architect and PE, electrical engineer, in my office as well. I sent their information to Max Oliver. Would you like to swear them in at this time?
Are you going to have them talk?
I don't know if that's necessary, but they will be able to answer any questions.
Okay, then let's go ahead and do that. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter at hand?
I, Gary Luzzatto, the architect, do swear.
Paul Warm, electrical engineer, I do also.
All right, thank you. And if you need to answer a question or participate, just before you start, state your name and address for the court reporter. I would appreciate it.
Absolutely.
All right.
Thank you. This is Warnowich again.
All right. Please proceed.
Very good. I don't want to belabor the point too much, but I think a brief explanation of the facility is needed. This is a large telecommunication client. They operate a mobile switching center here. And briefly what that means is it serves roughly 4,000 cellular antenna towers in Southern Virginia and the Carolinas. So it has a large presence in this jurisdiction. The facility houses, basically, think data center. That's what's in here. And over the past 5 to 10 years, the equipment is becoming more and more power hungry. I'm sure you guys have heard of the new 5G rumors, and it's supposed to be faster internet. And the simple fact of the matter is it needs more power by the same square footage to be faster. So this facility is monopolized mostly by building, and our ability to place transformers that meet Duke Energy requirements and the local codes have a firm hand or dictate tremendously where we can place these structures. For what it's worth, this facility needs this power to operate and function safely. It does support 911 traffic as well. So this is something that all of the cellular antennas need to continue to operate. And I'd also like to add that the existing fence will not be expanded. It will not be relocated. Everything that we're proposing to do falls within that fence line. And all of it, the 2 new transformers in addition to the existing ones and one of the transformers, all fall within the area behind the building setback. So this variance, what we're asking for is a slightly oversized transformer from that which your code currently allows. If it's denied, the simple fact of the matter is this facility will be capped. It no longer has the power to operate the new 5G requirements, and our client would need to find a new facility, and the time to build these is measured in years, not months. So it would cause my client hardship. Gentlemen, would you like to add anything? Paul?
Yeah, this is Paul Luoma, same address as Charlie. We should note that the transformer that's there is the standard 2500 kVA transformer, which is the largest that Duke Power provides. And I think the size of the transformer is actually a little bit bigger than it was whenever you had your regulation in before. They made it bigger, put more cooling on it. See, we have a picture of it, but you can see we have one like that that's actually exactly the same as this next to the building. And what's making it wider is the fins they put on the back to promote cooling and allow it to run it at whatever capacity. So.
Very good. Thank you.
Is that I guess there are 2 proposed transformers. One's behind the proposed generator closest to Service Street. Is that correct?
That is, yes, correct.
Is there a way to put the other one that's in the setback back in that same location?
So the issue with that is Duke Power has specific requirements for clearances so that their transformers are accessible. And we've went through this exhaustively. I can't put it behind the blue transformer because then a Duke Power truck can't access it, and Duke won't consider it accessible. I can't put it north of the existing 2 generators because that's a backflow preventer, and Mecklenburg County has strict access requirements for that. I can't put it in the rear of the facility. We have a loading dock and some cooling structures back there, so putting it back there is prohibitive. We're left with no other option. Now, if you'll notice the parking spaces, the new parking lot meets the requirement for telecommunications center parking in this jurisdiction. If I were to put it in that location, we do away with the turnaround space for vehicular traffic. So we really cannot think of a way to mount this transformer on this facility without a variance such as the one we've requested being granted.
So the number of parking spaces you currently have is what's the minimum required?
Yeah, yes. They're based on the square footage of the facility. You're allowed 7 spaces. One of which has to be handicapped. And there's a loading dock right down there. In the 2 existing transformers.
This is Charlie Gornowich again. For what it's worth, even reached out to Mecklenburg County, to Duke Power to see if we could bury the transformer, and they won't allow that in this jurisdiction. They'll do that in other areas, downtown, for instance, but they won't do that here.
I have a question. You talked about if we don't approve this, then the building will be capped. Well, it looks like that after you put in these 2 proposed generators and the 2 new, I don't know what you call them, the XFM, this location is capped, correct? Because there's no place else you can put anything.
That's true. That's very true. The current density, they talk about kilowatts per square foot. It's modest until we add this second power block, which is currently shown in navy blue and green in equipment, and it will allow us to add and support roughly 260 additional cabinets, which the projected growth rate at this facility is roughly 20 a year. So this should hold us for another 10 or 12 years. In that time frame, it gives my client sufficient time to search out another property, build another facility, and supplement their growth needs in that manner.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? All right. Max, I don't think there's anybody else on the call to talk about this, is there?
Correct. It was just these 3 gentlemen that were on the call for this case.
Okay. All right. Lisa and Shad, is there any other comments or information from staff?
No other comments.
Okay, Mr. Brunowicz, is there any other, you have the final word before we close the hearing. Anything to say? Anything else?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, thank you for the opportunity. I would like to note that this is an industrial park, and it will not be adversely impacted visually. My client goes to great lengths to ensure that the landscaping is compliant and that we comply with all the local codes. This is not something that, that was done and that it needs to be rectified. We did the code analysis, my staff here did, and we identified the need for a variance, and that's why we brought it to to y'all's attention. We feel that it adds value to the community. Now that there's only 3 large telecommunications providers, if this variance is not granted, a large footprint in the Carolinas and Southern Virginia would be left with only 2 providing 5G services. So we think this is a good thing for the community and for a large area, frankly. So
I have a comment. This is Paul Lawama. When we saw the picture before, this is Dryden. She asked a question about where the truck was. If we could go look at that picture again.
Lisa, can you? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
See, that fence, the transformer is going to be 5 feet inside the fence. It's actually going to be further where the tail of those 2 trucks are. It's going to be about 2 feet closer to the building than those trucks. And we've planted vegetation in front that is going to grow up and cover up a lot of that once it has some chance to grow.
I think that's all we have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and close the hearing then, and we can begin board deliberations. Mr. Brown, we'll start with you this time.
I'd say my first initial thought is to approve this variance, just given the context of the property there. That's my first initial thought.
All right, thank you. Mr. Floyd?
Yeah, I think I'm also inclined to approve the variance. I think we heard some testimony about the shape of the lot and the impact that that has on their ability to add a transformer. That, you know, with the requirements, you have to have access to different points. You know, transformers behind the fence. So I think, you know, public safety and things are secured. And, you know, we're in an industrial area and we're talking about a transformer that's 6 inches higher than what is permitted by the ordinance and 2.5 feet wider. That doesn't seem like some significant alteration that is going to really impact, you know, the area. So I would vote to approve the variance.
Okay, Mr. Welch?
In agreement with everyone, like I said, this being an industrial area, I don't see, you know, it being a distraction. Like I said, it's inside the fence already on the property, so I'm in agreement with go ahead and approving it.
All right, thank you. Mrs. Dryden?
I agree. I think that it does create a hardship because of the size of the lot, and I applaud the architectural plans and all of your efforts to meet Duke Power's requirements and the city's requirements. I don't feel like this is going to be an intrusion because the outside topography doesn't change. So I would be inclined to approve this.
All right, thank you. I agree with my colleagues. I think with it being inside the fence and the landscaping that's there that will grow and block anything. Plus, we need to remember there's going to be 2 other big generators there as well. So it's the hardship is the size of the lot and the requirements that Duke Energy puts on it for the clearances. I think I'm leaning towards approving the variance as well. So let's go ahead and, is there a motion?
John Floyd, motion to approve the variance.
Terry Brown, second the variance. Second the approval.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Floyd, a second by Mr. Brown to approve the variance. We'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Floyd?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Brown, yes.
Mr. Welch?
Welch, yes.
Mrs. Dryden?
Yes.
Sanderson, yes, so it's approved. Let's look at the findings of fact and conclusions of law. We'll need to change them, take out the nots where they are in the conclusions of law. And then item number 16, it just reads very weird. We need to reword that because I've read it 3 or 4 times and I'm trying to figure out how to fix it. Yeah, we need to take out the word being, I think. I think it should read the hardship of prohibited larger above ground structures is in the required setback is shared by the other properties. Maybe we just need to strike that entire item. What do you think, Andrea?
Yes, I didn't want to. I think Floyd was getting ready to speak, but yes, I think it would be appropriate to strike that unless we can reword it to make it work.
Okay.
Terry, I'm in favor of striking that.
And 13, the hardship results from particular conditions of the property. I think that we either need to add another phrase to it or make the comma a period on 13. I think particular conditions of the property due to its size and the requirements of Duke Energy clearances. So I think we need to change it that way. I don't know. I think we need to probably strike number 14. I don't think there is. I asked the question. There doesn't appear to be any other place on the property to put this transformer in question.
I agree with that. It doesn't look like there is another place. What about number 17? Is peculiar to, well, number 15, it should say the hardship is peculiar to the property.
Yeah, and I think 16 and 17 go away.
Yeah, I think so.
And I think number 11 needs to be changed. The hardship results from the size of the property and the clearance requirements of Duke Energy.
So, Mr. Chair, and I'm sorry for not answering this earlier or commenting earlier. I couldn't get myself off mute quickly enough. But 16 and 17 speak specifically to findings that you're required to make, particularly with regard to finding that a variance is consistent with the spirit of the ordinance. So perhaps with number 7, specifically with paragraph 17, we would say something like the requested variance does meet the intent of the zoning ordinance.
Okay.
The spirit, purpose, and intent of the zoning ordinance, and then just strike all of that language after the zoning ordinance part. So
okay, I agree with that.
And then I think that again, 16 is speaking to the peculiarity this lot as opposed to the general public. So we may not need it, or we could just rephrase it to say something like the hardship is peculiar to the property based on location and size, topography. We could just put that language out of number 2 under the conclusions of law.
Okay. All right. I'll leave it to you and Max to wordsmith it correctly then, Andrea. You know what our intent is.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I make a motion to accept and approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law as amended.
Thank you. there a second?
John Floyd, I second.
All right, we have a motion by Mrs. Dryden and a second by Mr. Floyd to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law as amended. Your roll call vote, Mrs. Dryden,
Yes.
Mr. Floyd,
Yes.
Mr. Welch,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Sanderson, yes. Last thing we need to do is the approval of the June meeting minutes. I wasn't at the meetings, but I can still call for a motion, or if there's any changes, let us know. We'll get those changed. Otherwise, is there a motion to approve? the June
Motion to
meeting
approve.
minutes?
Motion to approve the meeting minutes.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Brown, a second by Mr. Floyd to approve the June meeting minutes. Take a roll call vote. Mr. Brown,
Brown, yes.
Mr. Floyd,
Yes.
Mrs. Dryden,
Yes.
Mr. Welch,
Yes.
Sanderson, yes. All right. Is there any other business we need to take care of, Andrea or Teree or Shad or Lisa? Or Max?
No, we just need to welcome our new member. You did a great job today.
Hey, you got thrown into the fire. All right. Well, then I adjourn the meeting at 1:01.
Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great weekend. Good job, Mr.
Thanks.
Sanderson.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.